One more. Sorry, there we go. The stream can hear me now. We do not have a finalized bracket for 1 more minute. I'm just going to collect the last couple names that have been submitted here, and then we'll get the bracket sent out to everybody. This
Sounds
is
great.
Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament, guys. Welcome everybody on Twitch. Tonight we have myself, Dark Corpse. I will be adminning the stream and keeping it live from my computer, while Abers and Greg handle most of the shoutcasting tonight. So I'm going to mute myself here in a moment and let them start taking over.
All right, we've got a pretty good tournament scheduled here for you tonight. This is going to be the amateur tournament, which is those teams ranked between bronze and gold. So we're going to get to see a bit more variety rather than and a bit more competition than maybe some of the other previous tournaments we've. If you've been watching the last two, also you should definitely, if you're interested in getting off the couch and actually joining in the fun, go on head on over to notsostockedgaming.ca and sign up. Check out our Team Finder section where you can either look to join a team or start creating one and join in our future tournaments. These are being hosted all weekend long for the month of June. So with that in mind, we should be getting into the game quite shortly. All right, so Greg and I were talking about this very briefly before the stream, but any of you have checked out the EU LCS games today? Normally, I find the Europeans rather boring, but today they had a pretty interesting lineup. There was a counter pick, I believe it was from Super Hot Crew, where they lined up a Nocturne mid lane versus a Kassadin, which I thought was an interesting idea. The intent being to have a strong AD laner to mitigate the Q shield from Kassadin. And you have Paranoia to follow it up and ideally chase down Kassadin. You got a shield to block stuff, and you have a very early high push rate in lane. Unfortunately, it went terribly for them, and they got destroyed. But I thought it was at least some innovation coming out. So yeah, Greg, that was what I was going to bring up.
Sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things coming out to counter Kassadin. So far, I don't really think they've turned out too well. I know that there was everything other. I've seen Orianna in professional play do really well against him, but beyond that, I know there was that game back a while ago between C9. Was it C9? No, it was between Curse and LMQ, where LMQ tried to counterpick Kassadin with a Pantheon middle. Again, the same idea. You have a very strong AD early laner that isn't affected by the Kassadin shield. And yeah, if you miss your window to take out the Kassadin,
when I play solo queue, I usually like to go Yasuo or Talon, just because they're AD, and Kassadin's shield does not shield attack damage. It only shields magic damage. So I like to run either Yasuo or Talon.
Talon I haven't really seen a lot of. I imagine that you can kind of get the all in at level 3 and just kind of teleport to him and do your combo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I deal with Kassadin by banning him usually.
Kassadin, believe it or not, actually has a 8% decrease in ban rate from last week, which
Really?
I found pretty surprising. Talon also has a 2.02% win rate from last week, which I found pretty surprising on both of those.
Yeah.
I
So.
expect Kassadin's ban rate to go back up.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially after this kind of recent influx of people playing him the pro circuit. Um, I would like to see some more Talon. Not against me, obviously, because it's terrible when you're on the receiving end. But it looks really cool when he's able to get going and get his full combo, blow stuff up, go invisible, come
Yeah,
out.
once he starts farming, he gets a really good farm, and he starts getting his boots mobility and roams bottom. It's really unstoppable from there.
Definitely, definitely. Okay. So we're just finalizing the bracket and getting the last straggler teams locked in here.
Who do you think is actually going to be the most banned tonight? Do you have any things we might not see, or do you think someone's going to get banned every game?
I suspect we will continue to see the Kale bans coming through, and Jax. There's been no changes to him. I mean, arguably, the attack speed stuff is kind of going to help him, and so I expect to see both of those very strong auto attack champions, very big late game presence. They're going to continue to get banned. Absent that, I kind of think the one change we might get and start seeing a little bit more is the Lulu bans. She was picked in basically every game we saw.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and her variety and ability to do all sorts of different things and fill in a lot of different roles for teams, I think makes her a priority pick. I'm a little worried that she's seeing too much action and might get nerfed, mainly because Riot likes to ruin the fun of AP utility laners. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Do you expect how do you think these mid lanes are going to start shaking out? You think we're going to get a bunch more Zig Syndra, or we're going to start to see some shifts towards this new Nidalee?
Syndra has been played a lot in the LCS lately, which is actually surprising because the current meta involves gap closers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that she's bad or anything, but she doesn't really have anything to help her get closer other than to stun them. But I would love to see some more Syndra play coming out. The Nidalee, I would love to see that as well. I really like the rework. I really think that you can do some crazy things with Nidalee now, but Ziggs is always up there. They did a patch on him, but I don't know. Still think he's really strong in the lane.
Yeah, my favorite thing about the new Nidalee is that it forces her to actually engage with champions. For those of you that don't know, they took a lot of damage off of her Q and instead added it to this new hunted proc. So once you get hit with one of her spells, you get this debuff above you. And as a result, she can deal more damage or jump to people with the debuff on them, but her overall poke damage has been decreased, which is fantastic for me as someone who loves to spam as many solo lane Soraka games as possible, and so you can actually get through the rather rough ramp up Soraka phase at the beginning of the game without having to worry too much, and then she's just got to jump through your star calls, silences, can't jump back out. It's been generally a pretty enjoyable time for myself. But I also like the counterplay that's now been introduced to her, so I'd like to see some of that. I've also heard rumors of her being a jungler. I haven't seen that, but that is something else I'd also be interested in getting a look-see at.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Were you with us? I believe it was either last night or Friday when we saw, maybe it was Friday, we saw Gragas jungle.
I saw that. I think it was both Friday and Saturday. because I'm pretty sure I was shoutcasting when the Gragas was jungle, but it might have been Friday.
Yeah, it didn't work out quite too well in the game that we watched, but at least it's showing some potential for innovation within the jungle matchups. So it's no longer just you're forced to play Lee Sin or Elise, or otherwise just like suffer the consequences. I feel like there's a third jungler that's in the top tier that I'm forgetting.
There's a Jarvan. Jarvan's been played a lot in the
Oh,
LCS lately.
that's true. Yeah. Um, Though, yeah, I've never really been that big of a fan of Jarvan. I like him in kind of niche situations, such as where he's got a low mobility target that he can really get the most advantage out of Cataclysm with. So, say he's laning against, or there's an enemy Kog'Maw, or I guess like a Oriana I've seen him used against her to a fair amount of effect, but against just like these kind of high mobility AD carries, or even the like medium mobility AD carries, like a Caitlyn who can just 90 caliber net out of your ultimate, it's just kind of underwhelming in my experience.
Do you see what they're saying in chat, Dark?
No,
They're
what's
saying
going on?
that the team is all diamonds that they're about to face.
Who's
So
that?
he
Which team is
said
that?
0%. The team is all diamonds. Isn't that not allowed?
Uh,
So
well, we'll have to. Oh, so 0% versus Team Ballsy.
yeah,
All right. Well, we're gonna have to defer all major decisions to the man in charge. So let's refer that to James and the higher ups, James and Spencer. We'll see if we can get an answer here. Okay.
okay, good. Sounds cool.
All right. Yeah. So it looks like Dark Corps is going to be able to work that situation out for y'all's. All right. So what is this team that we're about to watch here?
God, these team names, dude. I don't know if we're gonna. It's funny.
Oh, yes, yes. If we find your team name or individual name to be offensive, we reserve, or just awkward, looking at you, vaginal intercourse, we reserve the right to create acronyms and or shorten your name.
I'm looking at the one that says biggest boner gaming.
Okay.
That's
yes.
what I'm looking at right now. It's
Yes.
gonna say big. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that.
BBG. All right.
There's gonna be pretty interesting games to watch because I've seen in bronze queue compared to like diamond queue that they run other people. For instance, Yi. I see jungle Yi a lot more in bronze or silver than in diamond.
That's fair. We did see a Jungle Yi, I believe, in the Open tournament on Friday, but as I imagine most of y'all have experienced this, but that's a very high risk, high reward pick. Or maybe that was last night. I believe it ran headfirst into the wall that was Cool Gus's Darius, and just got exploded over and over again before he could really get to that like multiple item, true damage, kill your entire team, Master Yi status. So, but Yeah, again, the good part about these amateur tournaments is that there's a lot more room to experiment outside of the traditional meta. So it looks like we're gonna start bringing to you this first match between Vigorish Tyro and Sandy Penhorst. It's V Tyro and Sandy. Looks to be the match we're setting up here. Okay, and just looks like just one more person.
Please get rid of the spectator. Funny.
The name of the game is Tourney Game.
Unfortunately, they did not name it with who they're reversing in their names, but
Yeah. So she said she would, you know what? You know what? I think I'll still do it.
Okay. Well, there's some confusion over whether or not Dark Corps and I are spies from the enemy teams here to report. We're not. We're your friendly neighborhood shoutcasters. Is the plan, Greg, just to for you to spectate myself or
yeah, we're gonna do it the exact same way. You know, you and Dark are gonna go through it, and then once the game actually starts, I'll spectate you. I've been pretty much in sync with you, so I don't think that there's a problem. Just as long as you keep saying who gets banned, I will be able to follow along with
Okay.
the stream. So can you see that guy's rank? I just want to make sure there's no other diamond players because I've seen so far. I think there's going to be 3 teams eliminated because of diamonds.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I was wondering what Simi D Dog's rank was because I've seen two teams so far be eliminated because of having diamond players in them.
Well, I can consult the Lil King.
That works too, man. Dark, another prisoner is reporting that C9 and the Splits has a diamond player.
All right, so we're gonna get those problems sorted out. In the meanwhile, we're gonna bring you this game, which is between. Yeah, Sunny DD has no stats.
Alrighty, that's gonna be a thing.
Okay. Just getting some logistical stuff out of the way. Meanwhile, the bands are coming through. Okay.
these bans that we're seeing so far, not surprising at all. The Kale ban coming out, which is completely not surprising because of the fact that she was so dominant in the games we had yesterday. LeBlanc just a complete annoyance in lane in team fights, so not really surprised with that one.
I haven't really seen her since the nerf. As y'all may be aware, in the most recent patch, LeBlanc they took the silence out of her kit in order to give a little bit more counterplay to her dives, and I haven't really had a good sense of how that's affected her. I imagine that it may not make that much of a difference in a lot of matchups, but some I think are probably pretty significant. For example, being able to intervention on Kale is probably a pretty big deal versus that LeBlanc matchup, though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be spared that. Okay, so 2 strong AD picks coming in here for purple side. And there's a lot of good synergy here too. The Xin Zhao has a very strong early game presence, not to mention his ultimate gives you... Oh, and he's got a built-in knockup just in his auto attacks, so that's going to go real well with Yasuo, both in terms of getting Yasuo going early game and setting up late game, or after post-6, the super ganks. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but so far I definitely like that. I hope we get to see a Mumu. Okay. Though, how does Morgana stack up against these heavy AD knock-up characters?
I think it's going to be pretty well. Just Morgana in general, we saw her supporting yesterday. I really think that's going to be very helpful against Xin Zhao, trying to all-in dive into their team. Xin Zhao, unfortunately, one of those junglers that can just get a flare and do extremely well in the late game if he starts stacking it early.
Okay, looks like purple team's gonna add quite a few more damage dealers on here. So, looks to be a top lane Rengar and a Caitlyn. Okay. So yeah, that is a locked-in Rengar, which is maybe a little bit risky to do so without knowing what the top lane matchup is going to be. But we'll see. No, it's going to be a Renekton. I don't know. How do you feel about that matchup, the Renekton Rengar?
If Renekton goes a lot of health and resistance, which I bet he will, it's going to be pretty hard for the Rengar to successfully kill them.
I agree.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think if Rengar gets a lead early, if Renekton gets a lead early, obviously he's a major lane bully with his slice and dice and stun. The only real hope, I think, for the Rengar is if he gets a fair amount of support from his jungler with maybe an early Xin Zhao gank to kind of start snowballing that lane in Rengar's favor. Either that, or the other option I think Rengar could have is once he hits level 6, he could start going by using his ultimate to get a kill roam bottom on this Orianna for the surprise jump out. Though, talk to me about this bottom lane, the Sivir Morgana matchup versus Thresh and Caitlyn.
I feel we saw last game where the Morgana was successfully able to shield herself. Sivir and Morgana can both not get hooked by that Thresh. If Thresh goes on a hook on Sivir, if she times it correctly, she can shield herself, thus Thresh not grabbing her. And if Morgana successfully shields herself, Thresh can't grab her either. So Thresh is going to have a pretty hard time trying to get the initiate with this team comp. I feel like it's going to go in favor for the blue team, but Caitlyn is a ranged champion, so anything could happen, really.
That's fair. Now, I'm interested to see how this Amumu pick goes. I mean,
I would, based off of champions alone, I'm actually going a little bit towards blue team. I feel that Rengar, to me, because I'm not a big Rengar player, but I feel to me Rengar is going to have to ultimate and try to get in there. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do that in a team fight while dodging the peel from Morgana's Q and ultimate and Amumu's and Renekton's. It's going to be pretty difficult for him, but if he can successfully pull it off, he's going to rinse through the backline.
yeah, there's a lot of peel tools here for this blue team. Between Curse of the Sad Mummy from Amumu, Command Shockwave from Orianna, and the ultimate of the chains coming in from Morgana, there's a lot of potential disengage or tools to prevent Purple Team from making it into the backline. Though they don't have the most amount of damage in that backline. It's not like they've got a Kog'Maw or a Lucian or I don't know, a Syndra or someone who's just going to burst people out. I think that this is they're going to have to combo their ultimates in a way that kind of creates their own burst by just kind of stacking CC on top of one another. Sivir, I think, is an interesting pick. Since that's going to give a lot more chase potential to this blue side team, though one kind of wonders how much chasing they're really going to be in a position to do, right? Because it's not like Purple Team is looking to kite them out. It's not like we've got a Nidalee pick here. These are champions that are looking to go hard and just get in your face and stay there. So I imagine the Sivir ultimate is not going to be at its best as just another disengage tool. Though we'll have to see. It's possible that could be combined with a Mumu to get a good initiation. And if you can get the Curse of the Sad Mummy Command Shockwave combo, that is ugly when it works.
Two things I wanted to point out about this game, these team comps to be exact. I'm actually surprised that they went Orianna with the Amumu. Amumu is going to try to ultimate, but Orianna, I don't see any like wombo combo. Yeah, it's good to have an Orianna, but it's gonna be weird when Amumu ults and Orianna ults him. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Oh, I haven't played Amumu in a bit, but back in season 3, he was one of my main junglers. And the way the combo ends up working is you have Amumu get a quick initiation on multiple team members that are out of position. What the Amumu's able to do is hold the enemy team in place for a longer period of time than they initially expect. So you can get. It makes it easier to set up the Orianna balls and set up the command dissonance and the command shockwaves because they can't, like, say Yasuo can't immediately reposition himself with a dash, or Caitlyn immediately reposition herself with a 90 caliber net. So it ends up working out pretty well. I imagine we'll see it. I imagine we'll also see Amumu try and combo Curse the Sad Mummy with a Morgana ultimate, since that works very in a similar manner, right? Just keeping the enemy team in an unfavorable position for extended periods of time. So yeah, but I mean, the Amumu Jinzhao matchup is no cakewalk. So we'll have to see whether or not he can stay alive, and whether or not Jinzhao can take advantage of this his early game power spike versus Amumu. Right, the Amumu level 6 ganks, even post level 6 ganks, are pretty difficult. He's pretty squishy, and doesn't bring that much damage. I mean, if he can land a good bandage toss, you can sometimes kind of mise out ganks in the early game, but it's definitely not a guaranteed thing.
Something that surprised me more than that, Yasuo is at a team with very limited knockups. You have the Xin Zhao knockup, but there's not much else than that.
Oh, well, weirdly enough, it also procs off of the, I think it procs, I'm pretty sure, well, I'm for sure it procs, you can get the knockup off of the Flay from Thresh, but I want to say it also counts as a displacement for his ultimate when you catch someone with a death sentence from Thresh. I'm not positive on that, but I think that's the case. But yeah, I would like to see a little bit more of a guaranteed initiation, maybe something like a Nami support, or even. Oh, speak of the devil, this is the first game I think I've cast for like a week for Not So Stock that we didn't have a Lulu. Where is the Lulu?
Yeah, the Lulu in almost every single game yesterday was either picked or banned. Everyone.
Yeah.
Same with Kale. They were both. There were a lot of picks and bans there.
Exceptional champion, just at like all points in the game. I mean, her one weakness is his early game. She has kind of some mana problems, but yeah, just so much utility, so much damage. Love her. So cute. She turns people into cute little bunnies, for God's sakes. Like, what's not to love?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Alright. So we're getting into this game. Would you speculate that the bottom lane is going to go a little bit in favor of the Caitlyn Thresh early game?
I don't want to say definitely because somebody's going to call me out on it. I definitely think it's going to go in favor of them. If they play it correctly, it's going to go tremendously in their favor because Thresh isn't going to be able to grab anybody.
Minions
And if
spawn.
Morgana gets that Q off, Thresh just can't counter engage with his Q. But
Okay.
I'm really looking forward to that.
The one thing I think that they might be able to garner advantage off of is Caitlyn definitely has the range advantage on Sivir. So her tilt over Peacemaker, I believe that move is called, is going to be able to get in good poke. We'll have to see whether or not she's able to land those successfully. Obviously, if they dodge them, then that's not going to be super helpful. But all right, so here's Amumu. Amumu has secured his blue buff. That's just like half of the difficulty right there. So already winning.
Xin Zhao taking a lot of damage to that blue buff though.
Yeah. It's strange that took him so long, but it happens.
I'm mainly focused on this bot lane. I really want to see how this turns out. If they, I mean, like I said, if they play it correctly, it's going to be pretty intense.
That's right. Sivir has a built-in shield within her kit, right?
Yes.
So,
Oh, getting the
There's-
stun out on Thresh. A lot of damage down there.
yeah, that's good trading damage there. Thresh is probably gonna back up and heal up with those biscuits, but definitely going a little bit too ham there in the early game. And ho, what's this? We've got a Mumu sneaking up for the level 3 gank on Yasuo. That's
What I'm
maybe-
seeing a lot here, which is pretty shocking to me, the Xin Zhao and Amumu skipped their wolves and wraiths and went straight to the other buff. They went blue and red, right next to each other. They skipped the other jungle monsters.
Mm-hmm. So I think the idea or thinking behind that is you want to make sure you get your second buff as quickly as possible to decrease the amount of time available for getting it stolen away.
Amumu
Wow.
getting a stun on Rengar. First
What
blood for
a-
the Nekton.
Yeah, that was a
Bottom lane, Morgana using a beautiful shield to not get grabbed by Thresh. It was really nice on her part.
He's gonna dive real far into that fight, but there's, yeah, the dark bindings there to prevent the disengage. Okay. So, blue team's already being able to get a bit of a gold lead here. Yes, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Rengar, but we are gonna have to show that on stream.
Unfortunately, everything in this game is shown on stream. Sorry. Oh, getting a hook out on Sivir right there. Landing
Yeah.
the Dark Binding, going back at Thresh. It's a pretty nice trade-off.
Manages to thread the needle through those shields, but still
Yeah.
comes out worse for wear.
Unfortunately, we cannot do a big black sensor at the top lane. So everything in this game is uncensored and shown as it is.
Yep. Getting those. Alright, we got more trades going on here in the top lane. And this time Rengar's putting the damage down. Though, wow, Renekton's already got his pickaxe. So, would you expect that pickaxe to be turned? What do you think that's going to be turned into?
I honestly don't know. I would have expected him to go tank, but I think Amumu is actually going to take that role. I'm really surprised right now that he's going damage instead of getting more tanky or like resistance against the Rengar, who is going to go full damage.
Okay, so both mid laners have reached that level 6 point. So we'll have to see whether or not that Yasuo is gonna make the call for Xin Zhao to come start getting ganks off. But look at this ward placement from Amumu. He's just
that was
all over this
beautiful.
blue side.
Might catch Xin Zhao out there. Getting his Q out on Xin. He's forced to disengage from that.
Yeah, that's some good sad mummy play.
Oh, Rengar getting extremely low right there. Can actually go down to the minions' basic attacks. As I say, minions OP, man. That was crazy right there.
Yeah, having a bit
Don't
of
show that one either. Yeah, sorry.
bit of
again.
trouble. Okay. So. Wow, yeah, Rengar's Renekton's, these double R champions are gonna give me trouble all night, but yeah, the the Renekton has already achieved about 1,000 gold advantage over his counterpart. So I would expect we were gonna see some ganks going up, thrown up his way. Otherwise, that lead is just gonna continue to go in favor of the Renekton. I mean, eventually Renekton's gonna fall off, but I don't think that we're gonna even get to that point if something isn't done to stop Renekton.
Something else I noticed, Renekton does have teleport, so that is where Rengar does not. That's going to help his team when they do dragon or other objectives greatly.
Yeah, and I like that pick. And I mean, it's definitely going to work really well here, since the Rengar, he does have a way to interrupt that. Woo, and Renekton
Flash going out on Rengar there.
As I was saying, Rengar can interrupt the teleport, but he can't really do much beyond that, especially since he's losing his lane. So he can't really do much to punish Renekton just pushing his lane in and then teleporting down for the team fight.
Xin Zhao actually coming top, but a little late here.
Yeah, he's just gonna hang out, soak up some of that minion experience.
This Rengar is planning to ult in here.
Unfortunately,
Fortunately, Renekton does know what's going on. Meanwhile, blue team is going to be attempting the dragon right now. Maybe
That's
a
a
lot
great
of ward
move
still
from
from
them.
Nanamumu.
yeah, just dominant ward coverage here.
A great move by them.
Oh yeah. Okay. So it looks like Xin Zhao is going for the Feral Flare, which I think is maybe a little ambitious at this point, given his need to babysit the top lane and try and keep this Renekton in check. I worry whether or not he's going to have enough time to really farm it out and get to that multi-stack Feral Flare point. Looks like this bottom lane's going really even.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised at this. Oh, Miranda going for a ward in the left bush, but gets caught up by Xin Zhao and knocks her up. Yasuo ultimate. Oh, but Xin Zhao getting caught up by a Mumu.
Oh!
Orianna barely surviving with 20 health out of that one.
Yeah, that was excellent. The Curse of the Sad Mummy coming in, locking Xin Zhao in under the turret, and just having to eat 2 or 3 turret shots in a row for turning around what seemed like a sure thing into another advantage for blue side. Alright, so Xin Zhao's got 11 stacks on his Feral Flare so far. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I'm really hoping he brings that out to the maximum once it becomes late game and he gets that flare going.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what the average or what the goal time on that is for transformation? I always like to think 20 minutes, but I think I'm just really slow. Oh, great.
Wow. Great getting by Mumu there, grabbing Rengar underneath this turret.
Yep. And
Fortunately, Rengar getting really powerful now.
yeah, that's 3-0 on Renekton.
Xin Zhao trying to gank here bottom. Looks like just trying to bully him a little. Getting the Dark Binding out on Xin Zhao, but
Again, this ward coverage for blue side is really showing that advantage since, yeah, there is
Xin Zhao
no...
going in on Orianna though. Orianna getting Orianna pretty low, but doesn't look like a kill here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, old Yasuo is opting for heal instead of ignite, which might have made the difference there. I haven't seen him use heal yet. I guess the thinking there being...
landing on Morgana. Looks like he's actually going to get killed here. Sivir blocking the ultimate from Caitlyn.
Good guy,
Beautiful
Sivir.
team there.
No.
Oh my god, amazing dodge by Morgana there.
Yeah, keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, it was crazy right there. Thought that she was going to get caught out.
Okay. So...
He was actually going to go for this blue buff instead of going bottom. Hopefully Sivir can hold by herself, but I'm pretty sure she can with that shield that she has.
doesn't look like Amumu's gonna fork that blue buff over to Orianna, but really, he's been showing he deserves the blue buff, making plays all over the map.
Orianna does have Athene's Unholy Grail gonna keep her mana up while Amumu takes that blue buff.
Yeah, she should be fine. Interesting that she did still opt for the Athene's Unholy Grail, given that she's laning against an AD opponent, but I guess magic resist is less of a thing now in the most recent patch, since they've reduced the overall magic resist on Athene's.
The main reason I think that she got it is Amumu's really mana hungry, so getting that Athene's Unholy Grail lets Amumu get that blue buff. Amumu attempting a gank here bottom. No wards in that bush. They have no idea that he's there, actually. Dark Binding landed on Thresh. Amumu's going to go in. Amumu's going to ultimate, getting both of them. Beautiful ult. Morgana going down. Meanwhile, Amumu queuing into Caitlyn. I'm sorry. Sivir getting the double kill bottom.
Yeah, and there's that
Still lurking around there.
R
Look at the
combo.
movement kill.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, so
He gets
close.
him.
Gonna have
Yeah.
to flash over that wall.
That's, I mean, it's not the
Right now, game
ideal
6-0, looking really good for the blue team. Got that dragon before, really helping them out.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed. Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay. So, we here at Not So Stock Gaming are certainly interested in hearing feedback from you all. We're hearing from the people upstairs that y'all are interested in a little bit more objective focus. So, luckily, we've got a dragon fight for you right here.
Dragon, but the purple team is actually signaling it. I think they might know something's up.
But there's no way they're in a position where they can contest that. Look at that ward
Russian
coverage.
Sivir getting a little close. Amumu does not have his ult though.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna walk out of this. But look at all those sexy pink buffs just littered around the map. And by littered, I mean there's two of them. But they're in very good positions. Meanwhile, we got action in the mid lane. Okay. Yeah. 2 towers already claimed by blue team. So that gold lead
Amumu getting a little too deep there.
maybe a little too ham. He did have Curse of the Sad Mummy, but unfortunately there's no team there to back it up. Rengar is gonna try and push down the top lane. Okay.
Purple team actually getting pretty confident here now that Amumu's dead.
Yeah, it looks like we got a bit of a showdown here in the mid lane.
If Thresh can land a Q into a box, it'd be pretty nice right about now.
Yeah, the CC chain from blue side is really strong. And here's Renekton to make sure that that pink ward stays up. Says, not this time.
Sivir going roaming bottom from the mid lane to go get some CS right now. They're pretty even on CS in that bottom lane.
Yeah, so going Bloodthirster seems to signal to me that Sivir's more interested in farming up and trying to get an advantage in the early game more so than she is interested in killing people. I expect that Caitlyn to kind of go an opposite route and get a first item Infinity Edge to synergize with her passive. Get those guaranteed headshots. How's little Jinzhou doing on that Feral Flare? 26? Alright, so he's 4 minion camps away from transforming.
He's gonna look pretty strong once he actually gets that.
Yeah.
I still have faith in Purple Team. I still think they could. I don't want to say easily, but it's.
I mean, these are some team fight synergy comps we've got going on here, so it's definitely dependent upon who can stack which skills correctly once we get to these team fights and dragon fights, and I mean eventually into the late game Baron fights. But I think Purple Team's really gonna need to get some objectives here. They're gonna need to get some of that turret action, get some global gold to kind of even out this gold differential, which is now almost 6k. I'm a little worried.
Has been destroyed.
Getting a turret in the mid lane right there, furthering their gold lead. Up, Season's out doing his red buff though. Morgana not able to land that Q, but a movement flash and ult of Xin Zhao. It's
Yeah.
a kill on him. Meanwhile,
That was pretty
they're
good.
Morgana is going to use her ball in ult to Yasuo and Thresh.
Oh,
Yasuo not able to make it out alive though.
and that's just bad to worse. Not only do they catch out Jinzhou, not only does he lose his red buff, but that red buff goes on Sivir, the absolute last person you want a red buff on.
Rengar having to ult in order to get away from Renekton there.
He's
the
gonna
top-
sneak away okay though, but yeah. Ooh, look at that item difference too. Completed Hydra versus just a T-mat and some scattered pieces of additional items. That is not a very strong bone necklace right now.
Meanwhile, Caitlyn continues to try to whack down that bottom lane turret. Trying to give the purple team some sort of advantage down there.
I expect things to shift a little bit better in favor of Purple Team once if Yasuo is ever able to complete the second item. I mean, he's got his first most important piece, which is the Static Shiv, but he's really got to complete. Well, let's see what he's gonna do. Usually, it's either Infinity Edge or a Blade of the Rune King, depending upon how well he's doing. But I think he's still a fair ways away from being able to complete either of those items. Yeah, just sitting on 650. That's 650, obviously, not 6,000.
Oh, blue team trying to go for another dragon here.
And that's just
Citizens
adding
out actually
up.
get the steal. Not going to be able to.
Yeah, there's no way he can dive into that team. There's just way too many CC moves and hard magic damage.
Xin Zhao does have that flare though. Really going to help him.
That's true. Yeah, he's converted it. It just doesn't quite have the impact that it used to have back in when it first came out. Since transforming it, you no longer get the additional benefits of getting
Blue team actually might
automatically-
get this turret. Purple team all to their right. Morgana does get hooked though. You need a lot of people on her.
Oh yeah, and she's gonna go down.
Oh, this is a very split up fight right here.
This is
Still getting
exactly.
ulted by the Orianna, but the Renekton actually coming in and ulting. Hopefully gonna help.
that's,
Purple team trying to disengage, but there is Rengar gonna jump on Sivir. Gonna try to go back for Orianna. Focusing Renekton. Feeling all going down on Renekton. Orianna trying to get away with her life. Rengar flashes for the kill. Oh, gonna get down Orianna with his E.
good flash.
Might actually get away. That was a good flash right there.
Yeah.
That was a really split up team fight for both teams. Their focuses were all over the place, but did turn out in purple team's favor right there.
Yeah, and I mean that is exactly the kind of fight they want. A scattered, confusing fight where blue team's not able to coordinate their ultimates, and in the chaos, Rengar can pop up and
Morgana unfortunately going to get caught out here trying to save their turret.
Yeah, should have let it go.
Caitlyn actually doing pretty good for her CS lead on Sivir.
Yeah. Despite my prediction that Sivir was going to go for a strong farm presence, that hasn't really materialized, though looks like she's going to pick up her own red buff here. I'll probably go down and get that nice, fat, juicy minion wave that's piling up. Blue team's doing a good job setting up ward coverage here and getting dominance over this top lane. Oh, they're gonna sense the
Look
Rengar.
at the ult in the Orianna.
Yeah, that's a
Chasing her all the way to her turret.
I think a bit of a misplay there by the teammates from Orianna. Both Rengar and Amumu should have known that the Rengar was not looking for either of those targets to jump on. Probably should have collapsed back onto the Orianna a little bit faster, but it's not gonna hurt them too much. Okay.
Clearing that blue-pink ward.
Yeah, we've got a much better contest of the vision here over in Baron. You see 3 purple
Definitely.
wards coming out. But they're still... I think they're still in the back seat, because that is a 5-1-1 Renekton. Who I think he must have heard you, because it looks like he's going tank, and that's going to be a very difficult tank to deal with as well. He's already got his damage source from Hydra.
Oh, gonna get that ult on Morgana. Mumu actually ulting Yasuo.
Yeah, he's going to hold him in place just in
Sivir
time.
coming back around with Orianna, hoping to get this kill on Yasuo. They're able to get the kill. Are they going to turn around? They are going to attempt to turn
I
around.
think they're going to catch Caitlyn.
And
Yep.
Caitlyn,
Oof.
she's going to get it right before the recall. Renekton coming in. Yep. 2 great kills on that bottom lane.
Yeah, and I like this static shiv pickup for Sivir. Well, it's going to give her more movement speed in team fights, and something that you don't immediately think of with the static shiv, but it's going to make her dueling potential better, since she's in a duel, as we saw there. She's going to get that immediate burst of the extra magic damage that can critical strike too. So once she gets that Infinity Edge, watch out.
Dragon actually coming up in about 15 seconds, but there is a purple ward there.
So
Down using that sweeping lens up there.
I know what makes them tick.
I think one thing that might end up being the downfall of Purple Team is their lack of magic damage. As we can see, Amumu's already completed his Randuins, and despite the fact that these
All gonna maybe fight right here. Renekton getting his ult in. Morgana not able to land that Q though.
yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to disengage. Though minion waves are here, so this could be a pretty successful push through the
Rengar
bottom.
needs to back to help his team right here.
Yeah.
Ling Zhao going off in the jungle, which
A little strange, but again, he's kind of got to if he's going for this damage Feral Flare build. He's only managed to get 12 Feral Flare stacks so far, so yeah, whenever there's downtime, he's really got to wander off and make sure he can get those big minions. He's like him and the Static Shiv from Yasuo are this team's main source of magic damage, so it's actually fairly significant, though I just can't imagine that the Feral Flare is going to get stacked enough to actually make a real big difference against this extremely tanky front line of Amumu and Renekton.
Caitlyn actually gonna switch out for that orb, which is pretty surprising right there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you don't really see that a lot.
I think she's hoping to get someone that's recalling or low health and be able to ult them.
Oh, that's a good point.
Get vision. The blue buff actually going over to Orianna this time instead of Amumu.
Okay, so yeah, that's a bit of a change up, but at this point, I think Amumu's probably sitting on enough enough damage coming through from his Spirit of the Ancient Golem to be able to keep his mana pretty well topped off just by farming the jungle. That Spirit of the Ancient Golem giving 30% bonus damage, or giving 6% of the total damage he uses back as health to jungle minions, and 3% of that total damage as mana. So it has the effect of basically cutting down your despair, which is his, or whatever his AoE move cost is by a pretty substantial margin.
Blue team looking to do Baron right here. Oh, the ult coming down by Sivir, gonna try to catch Caitlyn out here. Moo unfortunately not able to land that Q.
Hold the trigger a little too quick.
Yeah, went a little too all in there.
Seems like I'm not the only one who favors the Static Shiv, as we've got 3 Static Shivs coming across for these teams.
Oh, landing the Q on Thresh though. Thresh forced to flash over the wall.
And that was the right move. Had Amumu caught him with a bandage toss, he was certainly going to be dead.
Oh, it looked like to have a team fight here. Amumu with a lot of health though. Oh, Renekton coming in from the right side though. Amumu landing his ult on Yasuo, going to get another stun by Morgana, hopefully take him down here. He's getting a 3-man ultimate though. Rengar coming in for an attempt at a cleanup. Unfortunately going to get a lot of peel, and he's going to go down.
Destroyed.
They're going
Yeah.
to now go over to the Caitlyn, which is a little risky for Morgana. The ult coming for Caitlyn onto Morgana, but is able to survive that one.
Unfortunately, neither Caitlyn or Thresh were in a position to really support Rengar's all-in. Otherwise,
Definitely.
that might have turned out a little bit different. He does have his Ghost Blade completed, so he is, once he's popped that, he was putting out fairly respectable damage, but there's just a lot of armor here on this blue team.
Actually thinking of doing Baron here. Some low health all around. Can Purple Team get there before they get it?
I think they should be okay. Purple Team's probably going to be a little scared to just kind of face check this, though. It's not like they have the fastest Baron clear in the world. There's no damage per max health coming in other than a Mumu's AoE. Let me just double check that that's Despair. Yeah, Despair, which does do per 1% of, or it's 3.7% of target's max health on top of a flat magic damage, which is part of the reason why a Mumu just has such absurd scaling into the late game. Well, accidentally Randuin's there from a Mumu, but nobody saw that.
I really like how it looks like Yasuo and Caitlyn are going pretty much the same build. It's actually kind of funny that their Infinity Edge and Static Shiv are right next to each other there.
Yeah,
And their boots, sorry.
they're buddies.
Yeah. And then the Doran's blades are also right next to each other for Caitlyn and Rengar.
Okay, so Orianna has completed that death cap, which is gonna give her, what, 234 additional AP? Yikes. Those shockwaves are gonna come in and just wreck people. That's 646 damage across a potential team. Dragon
Blue team
coming in.
gonna get Dragon again. I think that's 4 for them.
Yeah,
Could be
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they started with early dragon control and are doing a great job keeping it up.
Rengar gonna go top lane here, but I think if they push mid lane.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of going the Hydra build, is that it gives him pretty good split pushing threat, and he can really chain those Qs into wrecking towers pretty fast.
I would not be surprised if a Mumu went all in right here. Gonna see though. Meanwhile, Rengar trying to get down the turret, manages this too.
We've got an interesting roam here from Jinzhao, though it doesn't look like. Looks like he's going to show up a little bit too late to the party.
Oh, a Mumu ulting, queuing into a 2-man ult. Orianna's ult also coming down. Not able to get Caitlyn though. Renekton actually teleporting mid lane right here.
And that was such a good teleport. He did the thing where he teleports onto the minion that's being targeted by the turret, and
Yeah,
since
that's beautiful.
the teleport makes that minion invincible, you basically get to ignore turret shots for a fairly reasonable period of time.
Xin Zhao trying to do an ult here, but the Renekton flash ultimates into the team, manages to get down Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Xin Zhao getting hit on also goes down to that Renekton.
He dived
Renekton
like,
doing really well this game.
yeah, he dived like 2 people under the turret.
Renekton
Lose any health.
Renekton also going after Rengar. Really good game there.
All right. So that's your game, ladies and gentlemen. That was our first game of the night, and we should be coming back to you shortly with round 2. Again, this is the amateur tournament for Not So Stock Gaming. I am your shoutcaster, Abers. I'm joined here by Greg, and we just watched a pretty good game. We'll have to see how this shakes out as these teams climb the ladder. Go ahead and pull up the bracket here. Check who we're watching next. Roop. I've got a bit of a hiccup. Greg, can you tell who we got next?
I have.
Okay, it should be. I believe we're the winner. which was the winner of the previous match is going to go on to face Pinnacle Games in round 2. Again, this is going to be a 3-round tournament breaking to semifinals and then finals. So stay tuned. We've got plenty of League of Legends action still coming your way. Yeah, that's going to be a Vigorish Tyro versus Pinnacle Games shall be the next match. Okay. All right. Let's check and see how some of these other matches went. Looks like we got... We're still waiting on the winners of Vaginal Intercourse versus Phobia ES. They're going to be playing Kelly Diamondcleave, and then looks like we just got the winners of the Eternal Vanguard versus Children of Crazy Joseph, and that's going to be Children of Crazy Joseph moving on to face Silence to Death. Hopefully they get some hot Soraka action going on there. You know me, I love me some Soraka. All right, we had some power issues, but it looks like Com Edison has our back. Excellent. Okay. All right, so talk to me about what went wrong for that Rengar in the previous match. I know we've seen Rengar a couple of times, both in the semi-pro and amateur tournaments here at Not So Stocked, and in the pro scene in the North American LCS, and it doesn't really seem like anyone's been able to really get it going in the same way that the Korean junglers and Korean top laners have. You have any insight into why that might be the case?
Unfortunately, as of right now, there's a lot of tanks in the top lane, as with the meta. Renekton just does really well against that Rengar top lane, as well as Shyvana and Mundo. So I'm not really surprised that Rengar lost that lane, though he could probably play it a little more safe. You know, Xin Zhao could have ganked more, but I don't know. I think it was still was a pretty intense lane, nonetheless, with Rengar getting that first blood. Sorry, Renekton.
Right, the double R's again. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we just watched a match where Renekton was able to get first blood by a very impressive gank coming in from a Mumu, and then I think he went back for more and got another gank to just put Renekton very far ahead in that lane. I'm not sure really. Do you have any idea how viable a tank Renekton or a tank Rengar build would be? Because that seemed to be what that team composition was definitely missing. They didn't really have any front line.
Yeah, they didn't really have much of a front line, but they were lacking like a tank most of all. But yeah, like you said,
it seems like part of the problem just with the Renekton or the Rengar pick is that it's just really putting all of your eggs in one basket. If you don't get that sucker going ahead and fed in the early game, I mean, you could have the tank jump into the middle of the team coming in invisible, but if he doesn't really have that damage to follow up, it's just kind of a lackluster champion. I don't know. Maybe you could use it a little bit more effectively for roaming, and that might have been able. that might have been as a result of Rengar picking Ignite over Teleport.
Usually, I would expect Ignite to work very well in the laning phase, but that Renekton just perfectly played that game.
Yeah, and the other problem, obviously, that the Rengar had was he picked Rengar first, and so opened him up to that kind of pretty nasty counter pick there. So yeah, maybe things might have gone different if they had been able to save that pick for later, until after a vigorous Tyro was able to showed who their top laner was going to be, but c'est la vie. Just waiting on a couple of additional rounds coming in for round one, and we're going to get you into this round two game here right in just a moment. Looks like we're setting up for it. So I've just got the invite. And this should be Pinnacle Games versus the Vigorous Tyro. Derp.
Looks like we already have a victory for the round two already.
Oh yeah, I believe that want to get high to was forfeited, or that's I believe that's how we got that situation going. So for the round two, because between BBG and YOLO City Central started at the same time that the rest of the round ones occurred. Or I'm sorry, that was the other way around. The second round two, the Buggy Squad Delta versus 5 Ladies 1 Dream. You guys are killing me here. These names.
Yeah, these names are a thing.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get to see some of this Kelly Diamond Cleave. They're regulars here at the not so stock tournament scene, and we've seen them a couple of times in previous tournaments. They always put on a good show. I actually think this may be a semifinals or finals rematch here happening in round two between Kelly Diamond Cleave and Vaginal Intercourse. The previous, they both went very deep in the previous tournament. I believe like 2 weeks ago. Okay. All right. So as you can see, we're just dealing with some bracket, getting our bracket right. It should be up to date right now, and I'll go ahead and post that sucker into chat. Yes, Brunsey, you have that as my thoughts exactly. Okay. So, well, Dark Corp's gets us all set up here. Let's see. Oh, we can speculate here on. Well, no one wants to hear me complain about Evelyn again. I'll take this time to just give everybody a reminder. If you're just joining us, this is the Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Tournament. While we're waiting here for the next match, which should be here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, you can go ahead and just dip over to our website and show some love for the Not So Stock Gaming. That's notsostockgaming.ca. Where we've got additional tournaments happening all month that you can either sign up for, or if you're looking to start a amateur or semi-pro team, we've got an excellent team finder feature that can hook you up with people of similar liking. If you're looking for certain positions, we've got spaces there. Additionally, you can check out our featured streamers, which if you're looking for a nice way to kind of wind down for the evening and kind of sit and I know you all are very cultured individuals. Sit and sip your wine, swirl it, and drink your brandy, and have some just kind of enjoyable things going on in the background. Go ahead and check out our featured streams. In the meanwhile, also if you'll do me a big favor and just go ahead and hit follow down on that Not So Stocks gaming stream. That'll help us keep up our presence and help us serve you. Also, this is the first time I've been brave enough to monitor the chat, so if you want to talk over that, feel free. And, ooh, looks like I got an invite. We should be going here in just a second. Okay. So yeah, we're in the game. Okay. And I'm being told this is Children of Crazy Joseph versus Silence to Death. I would be happy to watch this game, but I'm not entirely sure if this is where we're supposed to be. We'll figure it out, though, and get you these games as soon as possible. Looks like we're just waiting on one more round 2 result to come in. The match between American Lunatics and Unknown Force. It's the last one I'm showing here on the old spreadsheet. Okay. Aww. Can we has game, please? So we've got quite a large tournament here for you tonight. This is a 27-team single elimination tournament. And it's actually forced us to bump an additional round, so you'll get even more League of Legends action tonight. Okay. So, Greg, do you know is there a way I can pop out the chat in a in Twitch?
I did not see it. I saw that their only feature was popping out the video, but I could be wrong. I don't
Yeah.
really use Twitch that much other than this.
Yeah, neither am I. I'm much too incompetent at the game to actually be a very interesting streamer, but I try.
I try.
I try.
I try.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks, Pantyland. Okay. All right. And excellent. We're getting the invite from Dark Corpse, and I should... Yeah, buddy. Oh my god, some more Crazy Josephs though. Crazy Joseph, I love you, but I don't really believe you are where I'm supposed to be.
Supposed to be in VT Tyro versus PNC.
Yeah, now I'm on. All right. Okay, so this is going to be your round 2 match, and that's going to be between. It's going to be your round 2 match between Pinnacle Games and Vigorish Tyro. Of course, we have a policy of following teams throughout the tournament, so we're going to stick with Vigorish Tyro as long as they continue to win. The round 3 is going to go on to face Team Kin Asukara versus Unknown Force. And nothing worse than commercials on YouTube. How am I supposed to cast if I can't have my intense dubstep going on in the background? All right, there we go.
You're cool.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's totally embarrassing. And it totally ends up just sounding like fax machines fucking in the background, but keeps me energized, keeps me going. Weirdly enough, most of the music I've been listening to as of late is all coming from the from Saint Vicious's like techno mix, which is kind of embarrassing, but there you go. Okay. Okay. Just had a quick miss up in the game construction. Someone ended up getting kicked in order to fit my large butt in here. And we're going to get this fixed right away and should be bringing you the next game here in moments. This is Abers. I'm broadcasting with my good friend Greg, and we should be into round 2 in just a moment. At some point, someone's going to get on the... Ooh. Groove Shark, eh, Bunsey? I'll have to check that out. How do we decide which games to stream? So the way that we do it is that there are certain teams that are actually sponsored by Not So Stock, and usually we'll start with them. If that's not the case, which I don't believe that's the case tonight, I think it's just whichever team gets a full bracket logged in first. So if you're looking to be streamed, make sure that you go and sign in as early as possible to these tournaments, so that we can make sure that we've got actually a match that we can start in a timely fashion. Hopefully that kind of answers the old question there from Skyway. Oh, you're so special, Crazy Horse.
Abe,
Yes'm.
I'll be right back. Just give me a sec.
Oh, sure. All right. Oh. Flying solo. Terrifying. Okay, looks like we're about ready to get into picks and bans here. This is going to be round 2 for your Not So Stock gaming tournament between VPC and V-Tyro. Let's get these bans underway. Morgana ban coming through pretty standard, since she's just got a lot of things going on with her ability to both engage, counter engage, shield her AD carry from CC, and obviously if Morgana is being banned, that means you're gonna have to take out Braum, since Morgana is one of the best ways to counter that Braum passive. Orianna ban coming in here, that's something that we haven't really seen before. Most teams not really prioritizing her as that scary. Jax, reasonable. Kayle, a beast. Diana, I suspect this is a bit of a targeted ban here against the VPC, since Diana, not really what you'd expect as a main, a big threat in the meta. First lock, Warwick. All right, I can get behind some of that, some hot Warwick action. I mean, Beast in the late game, very little gank pressure or jungle pressure coming out until level 6. However, so that's gonna go ahead and authorize Vtyro to definitely lock in this Amumu, who's also generally considered to be pretty weak in the early game, but I would still give the Amumu ganks pre-level 6 has quite a bit more power than the ganks coming in from Warwick, since even though Amumu doesn't have that much damage, a well-timed, as we saw in the previous game, a well-timed bandage toss can definitely make the difference, especially if Vtyro locks in some more strong early game laners like that Renekton that we saw in the previous match. You make it back, Greg?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. Believe it or not, us shoutcasters are human, so we have to take bathroom breaks and refresh our blood sugar from time to time.
Yeah.
So all you've missed so far is a first pick Warwick, which is a bit of a surprise, and then Vtyro has responded with a Leona and a Amumu. So we're gonna see. Okay. We're getting some good little info here from Brunzy. He says that K-Source mains Diana, so that's the explanation for that Diana ban. Looks like that's gonna cause him to shift onto Katarina. Again, not somebody we see too often, but it's gonna have a similar effect come mid to late game. Yeah. Well, we love you anyway. We love you, Brunzy. Otherwise, we would definitely not have that information. But yeah, Katarina's going to have a similar effect in terms of being able to jump all around team fights and get massive AoE magic damage. Oh my god, is that a Teemo? Oh.
If I were her, I would not have gone Katarina, judging by the fact that they already have a Leona Amumu locked in here.
That's a good point. Yeah, the biggest problem, or most amount of difficulty, the biggest problem that you can get from a Katarina is that is just getting CC'd mid ultimate. So we're gonna have to see whether or not they can. Oh, go ahead.
I was just about to tell you when you're done with that sentence. I bet you we're gonna see a Lulu pick here since she didn't get banned. I was gonna say that.
Yeah, that Lulu's gonna go, I think, against Teemo, or that may be a mid lane Lulu. So we're getting speculation in here from the Twitch chat on whether that they're betting a Karthus or a Nivea comes in, but instead, yeah, it's going to be a mid lane Lulu with a Pantheon top lane. Oof. How does that lane go? What can you tell me about that top lane matchup between Pantheon and Teemo? That's not something I see very often.
The good thing is, for Pantheon's favor, when Teemo goes to Q him to blind him, Pantheon, if he has his shield, which hopefully he does, is going to be able to block that and be able to go back into Teemo. But it's going to look really bad, Pantheon trying to get CS, because, you know, as everybody knows, Teemo, as little devil he is, he's going to be able to stop him from getting CS. And it's going to be a little difficult in the top lane.
Yeah.
A lot of stuns, knockups, and other stuff that can stop Katarina from ulting now. Really hope they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm reading here from Dark Corps, or there is some speculation on whether or not Teemo is a counter to Pantheon. if that's the case, this may be an indication we're going to get a lane swap. But or oh, ooh, I bet that's going to be a mid lane Pantheon. Since that would line up pretty well against the Katarina. Pantheon's got a very hard CC and very good early lane presence to combine with the Amumu gank and really put Katarina in her place. I think I at least I like that way better than the idea of putting Pantheon against a Teemo, since I mean Lulu's just great against most things, and she's gonna have that sufficient range poke.
You're actually making up a good point right here. I would expect that Lulu top lane as well, judging by the fact that Kayle was banned on the other team, which could mean that she picked Lulu and have no opposition in their top lane.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to see what happens with the teleport from Teemo. Usually when I see that, that means we're gonna expect some early game cheese from the Teemo, like Teemo hiding in the bush down in bottom lane level 1, go for a first blood, and then immediately teleport back up to top. So
It is a possibility I've seen before. I would not be surprised if that happened. That
Yeah.
could be pretty good on his part.
oh, it's so dirty. That I hate that dirty Yordle.
Are we bringing up bad memories of your ranked games?
Oh no, I play champions that have a pretty good matchup versus Teemo. My main is definitely Fiddlesticks, which doesn't really have that. It's not really a thing. But still, Teemo's a polarizing character. You either just need to murder it or you love it. And I've got a number of friends that are really big into Teemo and just getting their troll on.
No, a lot of people love playing Teemo. Everybody just hates versing Teemo.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to see whether or not the Yordle on Yordle violence with the Teemo Lulu lane, how that turns out. I'm inclined to agree here with what Rusty Willie is saying in chat, that Lulu should be able to just put the kibosh on any Teemo shenanigans. But again, it's a Teemo. It goes invisible. Who knows what could happen? Okay, as we get into the game. Oh, I need another soda. That's all right. I'll wait for the next game. All right. Well, at least it's Astronaut Teemo, which is not the most aggravating one in my opinion. I definitely that Easter egg Teemo, just something about it just demands to be murdered.
You want to talk about it?
Okay. So something we haven't really seen in a lot of these games is, oh god, the Vayne too. How do you expect these team strategies to work out? Like, what are these teams fundamentally trying to do?
I think blue team, they're going to be really strong in the late game, definitely with Katarina and Vayne. Hopefully, Warwick can bind. I would expect him to actually ult Leona while Katarina cleans up the rest of the team. But it's going to be extremely difficult for that Katarina to get all of her combos off with the amount of stuns and everything on the other team.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty good matchup here, since the Pinnacle, who's on the blue side, I don't imagine they're going to really want to look for a lot of team fights. I think that they're gonna try and go for more pickoffs with quick Warwick Katarina combos or Warwick Thresh Vayne combos, knock somebody out, and then try and look to get some objectives. Whereas, as we saw in the previous match, the wombo combo potential from this team. God, I can't. What is there? They're like. V-Tyro. Their wombo combos are pretty impressive. Yeah.
Rusty Willie also makes up another great point. The purple side is also looking for a wombo combo AoE stuns because Pantheon's man drop can land on everybody if Leona and Amumu ult properly. That'd be really good in team fights.
And that's
Plus
the biggest.
ult.
Oh yeah, and then they can just chase anybody down who manages to get outside the Pantheon.
Definitely, it's gonna be insane.
And that's one of the problems we've seen with this Pantheon. Well, I guess it was a Pantheon jungle pick. But one of the problems we've seen with Pantheon in the past, he's got great early game presence, but if you can't make people stay in those ultimates, they just have to be perfect. Otherwise, they just end up missing everything, and it just ends up being your ultimate ends up being just a really complicated teleport. All right.
A lot of pings actually coming down right now.
Yeah. Good ward there from Thresh. Should spot out any potential red side invade. I don't really imagine we're going to see that coming in, since Amumu just really depends on his blue buff early game. Getting some nice thriller action here from Warwick. Thriller! Okay.
No, I'm actually pretty surprised that they're going to go around red. Probably try to take that red buff from Amumu since they know that he's going blue first. Nice double ward action there.
I think they're going to be spotted out there by Pantheon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pantheon Lulu see them. They're going to actually rotate to the red, but there is going to be a ward from the blue side on that red.
Yeah. And I like this. I don't think it's really going to affect V-Tyro's game plan, but I like that move where the AD carry and support go and kind of fake the lane swap and then teleport or recall out.
Yeah, it was really nice of them.
I mean,
Amumu gonna have to go up to his blue buff though. He really needs that.
oop, gotta get that last minion. I think he should be okay, as long as he doesn't have any problems getting his blue buff. He's gonna be a little bit slow. So a lot of times you'll see when junglers go to take an opponent's red buff, they'll also stay and grab the Wraith Camp too, since that enables you to hit level 3 immediately upon completing your second buff, but neither jungler really opting to do that here. And so both of them are going to be a little bit behind, as opposed to had they had just taken their regular jungle paths.
Lulu doing a bit of damage on the Katarina mid lane.
Oh, interesting. So this did end up being Lulu mid versus Pantheon and Teemo.
Yeah, it actually surprised me too when I saw them going lanes that they are now.
Okay. So, have we got any confirmation on whether or not the Teemo blind actually procs Pantheon's shield?
I feel like he blocks Teemo's blind. Like
I think so. I think it counts as an auto attack from Teemo, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll probably be able to see here in a second. Interesting. I admire the Warwick's faith. Oh, what a hook! Wow, that was a great gank coming in here for Pinnacle Gaming. Good death sentence there from Thresh. Is able to provide the CC that Warwick lacks, and the follow-up Flay kept everybody exactly where they needed to do, so they ended up forcing out Sivir and getting the flash, which is gonna do wonders for this kind of early game difficulty. Okay, so yeah, the blind does not proc Pantheon's shield, as I just kind of saw there in the top lane. He just got hit with it, but he's still got his shield up.
Well, my bad.
Oh yeah, no worries. Ooh.
Katarina does get a. Oh my god! I just now realized that. I completely forgot. When Katarina tries to ult, all Lulu has to do is put that whimsy on her.
Yeah, turn her into a cute little animal, and yeah, that's gonna stop that pretty effectively. Okay.
This bottom lane, unfortunately, Vayne can just Q out of Leona's grab and really has to land that perfectly on Leona's part.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a good combo coming in from Jarvan, and yeah,
oh,
he's
actually gonna flash in.
Got him.
Pantheon taking down that team on the top lane. Beautiful.
Yeah, Rusty Willie was kind enough to look it up online, and yeah, only basic attacks over 40 damage or any ability that augments basic attacks affects the shield, so...
Katarina a little late in this top lane. Amumu actually going to come around for a gank.
Ooh.
Pantheon lands is stunned. Oh,
Yeah.
Amumu, beautiful. Another kill going over that Pantheon. He got fed, not fed, but he got a couple kills early on top lane. Looks like it's happening again.
And that's gonna do wonders for him.
Yeah, when he
since-
ults in the team fights, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah. And of course, the earlier you can get that ultimate, the better, since you want to kind of be able to do it before people get their upgraded boots. Another gank coming in from Amumu.
Pantheon, unfortunately, not ready there. Did not get a stun off on him.
Yeah, he's a little low on health and mana.
Some good damage, but unfortunately not the kill. Forgot to mention that bottom lane is almost the same matchup with the Sivir able to shield Thresh's Q.
Yeah, both AD carries should remain pretty safe, though Vayne has managed to accumulate a 10 CS lead over Sivir. That's like a little bit less than 2 whole waves, which doesn't bode well for
Pantheon
big
has
game.
20 CS over Teemo. Also
Yeah.
pretty. Also has 2 levels on Teemo.
Yeah.
Lulu gonna. Oh wow. There's not face to check the bush. Actually puts a ward in there.
Well, I'm not. Well, I guess they've got a ward here, and
You
they
see a
do
little
seem to
action
have
up there.
the health advantage. But yeah, they're gonna get spotted out and not be able to really get any action on this red buff. And we're kind of seeing the dangers of the Warwick pick in action here, since despite that good early gank from that great Thresh play, he hasn't really been able to make much of an impact on the game. I mean, obviously, until he gets level 6.
Oh, grab on Leona though, bottom lane. Flay coming down. Thresh taking a lot of damage though. Gonna counter engage on this Vayne. Not grabbing the lantern out though. Able to kill the Leona bottom lane. Meanwhile, Amumu trying to come around. Amumu
He's
does
level
have his
6 too.
ultimate.
Yeah, this is extremely dangerous for blue
The
side.
Flay coming down. He's actually gonna flash
Great.
and ult in. Sivir's just. Unfortunately,
Oh,
was not there to back him up. But Sivir's going to take it down the Thresh and hopefully get a double kill on this Vayne. Does manage to kill the Vayne, giving her a double kill in the bottom lane.
and double buffs. That is a successful buff transfer there. She's going to be able to enjoy blue buff and red buff for the next couple minutes.
Vayne, though, also getting a double bottom, but still, Sivir does have that double buff.
Yeah, and she's going to be able to put that to great use. Sivir has a little bit of mana issues in the early game. Good damage coming in here from Pantheon, but I think the blind should keep Teemo safe. But Warwick is on the hunt.
Pantheon, unfortunately, getting a mushroom before he leaves.
Okay. So, interesting that we haven't seen either of these teams really kind of try and position around Dragon. It looks like they're more content to just kind of farm it out. The Katarina roam is probably the right move. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the ability. She does not have the ability to sweep out this this ward and runs the risk of getting collapsed on. Yeah, she's gonna retreat, which is probably the right move.
Vayne up. Vayne is now up 20 CS.
And yeah,
From
it's
Sivir.
got that 2 kills.
Thresh going pretty deep in the purple jungle right here. There's 4 members of blue team there. Blue team has to be careful on this one. Oh, but Amumu's gonna land a beautiful ultimate along with Leona's ultimate. Katarina's gonna try to ult in the backline right there. Sivir able to flash out, but the grab from the Thresh. Beautiful ult from Sivir. They clean it up very nicely.
Wow.
No
that was
death. 4 for 0.
and it's going to be a
The fight
dragon. So
That
that's
was
just
a
going to be,
beautiful thing for purple team.
yeah, even more global gold coming in. That's gonna be a pretty big gain here for V-Tyros. Yeah, wombo combo indeed. Somehow Amumu was able to be in the middle of that and didn't even really he didn't even go below half health. Just great Amumu play we're seeing coming in here.
Yeah, Amumu doing really well in the second game with him.
Okay. So Pantheon's got his man drop. I feel silly calling that a man drop. That's the Grand Skyfall. So we'll have to see what he can do with that. Yeah, and he's got a solid level advantage. Expect to see him either start to put serious pressure on this top lane or look to roam here. Though things not entirely bleak here for Pinnacle Gaming. We gotta remember they do have the Vayne, who's not afraid to carry games. Good dodge there, and here comes the Amumu.
Oh, here comes the Leona ult though with the Sivir ultimate. Vayne able to push Amumu back from them.
Yeah, and Thresh is gonna have to give up his life there, but making the best of a bad situation. At least it wasn't a double kill.
I feel late game, blue team is going to be able to make a slight comeback with the Katarina and Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're really going to have to tunnel in on this.
Oh,
Do not-
Amumu going in mid lane, ganking mid lane, getting the ultimate and Q down. Katarina not able to kill that Lulu though.
Yeah, that combo with the Curse of the Sad Mummy into Wild Growth gets you more, just all of the CC.
Teemo getting a lot of shrooms in that top lane now.
Yeah. He's gonna know if anyone comes to gank him, but he's gotta worry about just this lane in and of itself.
Oh, the teleport coming in from Katarina. On the top lane, Pantheon's got to be careful here. All going to do a W flash, but is that enough? That is enough to save him his life.
Good moves. Yeah, he's got a fair amount of magic resistance on him. Already completed his Negatron cloak on top of those Mercury treads. So that should keep him fairly safe, both from mushrooms and from the possibility of, yeah, that Katarina coming in. Okay. Have we seen an infinite duress yet from Warwick?
Not that I've seen. I could be wrong. There could have been one in that 4v4 fight that we saw by Purple Blue Buff.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
definitely.
think so.
It hasn't been having the impact that they needed to have. So I don't know. Little underwhelmed.
Pantheon landing a lot of damage on the Teemo sale. Still in the bottom lane, Leona going with the Sivir ultimate to get down Thresh. I mean, we're trying but failing to grab Vayne. Gonna get the ult in on Vayne though. Leona's also gonna ult Vayne. Vayne gonna go pretty low here. Can they get the kill? Leona manages to grab her. Thresh trying to do what he can, but it's going to be a double kill for that Leona.
It's really unfortunate because this score is not really telling the whole story of this Thresh game. Thresh has been playing really well. It's just the jungle presence. All right, there's the
Warwick
infinite
actually
duress.
gonna ult that and then shut him down right there.
That's the combo I was hoping to see. Just using that over and over again to pick out high priority targets, and that's gonna give, I think, double buffs. Yeah, both bottom laners at the moment have double buffs, or well, not bottom laners, but both of the Pinnacle Gaming people having double buffs in the bottom lane.
Somebody noticed Pantheon also having that flask, really hoping him in the lane.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Both him and Teemo started Flask. So I think both of them expecting the lane to be kind of difficult.
Pantheon stopping his E early, unfortunately.
Oh.
It's just me, or I could have sworn earlier Pantheon's Q did more damage to low health targets.
As an effect of, I believe it's his E, he gets guaranteed critical strike on champions below 15%. Yeah, with as Panglan's putting in here in chat, yeah. His basic attacks and his Q get that damage.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, 100% critical strike. Okay. So a bit different build here coming in for Amumu than we saw last game. Last game he rushed the Randuins. This game he's rushing Sunfire, which is going to give him overall.
Warwick actually coming around, Thresh grabbing the Q on the Leona. They're going to have to force lead to back here. Leona ulting, Lulu coming in from the side. A beautiful 4-man ult by Amumu. Going to turn this around actually. Katarina using her ult, getting everybody pretty low. Vayne getting a double kill bottom lane.
Yeah, no one's been able to get to the Vayne.
Up, she can unfortunately not get the triple kill. Lulu, hopefully, and going to bring down that Katarina.
Shut down.
Okay.
Pantheon was there for backup, but they did not need him.
Well, that's a pretty good demonstration of why you'd want Sunfire Cape in these instances. It's both going to act as a somewhat of a counter. Well, not really a counter, but it's going to make the idea of Warwick infinitely duressing Amumu a lot less desirable, since it's going to add an additional magic damage per
Lulu
second.
also going to take down that bottom turret.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's the first turret of the game going down.
Teemo might get that top turret, and I'm pretty sure he will. Meanwhile, Pantheon trying to get down that mid turret for rethink, but I'm pretty sure Ward's gonna stop him.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
And I would have liked to see Teemo hold up just there a couple more seconds, so that he could make sure that as many minions as possible were killed by the turret, to get that lane pushing back against him. Since he's got all of those, he's got that. He's cultivated quite a mushroom patch there in the top lane, and really just wants to sit in that area for as long as possible, which would have been a little bit easier had he. Decreased his blue side minion wave.
Purple
Okay,
team actually going for this dragon. Thresh landing a hook on Leona.
not
Gonna
the
put the
person he
smite and
wants.
gets the dragon.
Slain the dragon.
Leona close to getting Katarina on her E. Unfortunately, does not make it all the way through. They're actually going to go for this mid lane turret now.
So I believe that's 2 dragons that
Oh, going into the mushroom, also landing Pantheon's Grand Skyfall, going to come down with Amuma's ult and do some pretty significant damage to the back lane.
Double kill.
Vayne trying to run away from the purple team. Like to be safe right there.
yeah, her and Teemo are gonna make it out. The Vayne's been doing a great job of staying in the back line and kind of skirting the edges of these fights while still putting down respectable damage. But just not quite enough there.
Oh, Pantheon landing his stun on Vayne though.
Yeah, it's gonna burn the
Vayne
ignite
like that.
too.
Thresh charging in here, landing the flay and the box. Unfortunately, Pantheon's gonna jump out of that box.
It's alright, he's got
Flash
Buddy
out, I'm sorry.
Teemo there. Okay. What do you think of this, the differences in item builds here between Vayne and Sivir?
I think Sivir's going mainly for a lot of damage. He's also capitalizing on that Bloodthirster changes that we saw a patch ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking pretty even though Vayne is up 30 minion kills at this point. My opinion, doing a lot better than that Sivir. But it looks like normal builds to me. Except for that Blade of the Rune King, actually surprised that actually came down.
So, what do you think of this early zeal from Vayne? Which is kind of, I don't think that the zeal and Cloak of Agility build into anything together. So I think she's going a little bit off build path here in order to get an early zeal.
I think it's smart for her to go Zeal. Sorry, especially since the changes they made to it. Also, as we've seen, a beautiful two-man ult on the Vayne and Thresh. The man drop not
Everybody's
hitting
here.
anybody, but also going in. Amumu, another beautiful two-man ult there. To really help the team. Katarina going to, but the stun from Leona stopping her ultimate. Leona's going to go back in for that Thresh. Lulu coming around the corner, able to pick up that kill on Thresh. They are still chasing Katarina. Beautiful kill on Katarina. Beautiful fight in the bottom.
Yeah,
for
the
purple team.
once again the roam from Lulu just enables such a cleanup. Oh, and here's an interesting build we haven't seen really before on her. She's going second item Void Staff.
I mean, I kind of see that actually happening. They don't have much AP other than, a little bit from Amumu and Leona. So, just trying to capitalize on that being the only ability power champion in there.
Oh, okay. So, getting a little help here from Brunsey. Yeah, he pointed out that the thing that Zeal and the Cloak of whatever critical strike thing builds into is Shadow or Phantom Dancer, which I had totally forgotten that. Which is going to be yeah,
I'm thinking about that now. I think I'm obvious that is.
yeah. I mean, it's going to be a great item, second item here to synergize both with the semi-buffed passive from Blade of the Rune King, right? That's now an 8% instead of a 5% for max targets, and it's going to go good with the silver bolts, so every third hit from Vayne dealing additional true damage. So the more attack speed you can get on her, the more ferocious she's going to
Blue
be.
team actually going around Baron. They're still pretty squishy.
Oh,
gonna
the
land that.
wall.
The Lulu and Wall Warwick can actually ult the Lulu, but a Mumu ulting and Pantheon's ult coming down, and Sivir's ult. A beautiful team fight for purple side. Vayne trying to hit everybody in the back. Teemo also going to go down. Katarina is still trying to hold off that Amumu.
Yeah, he's
Mumu
going
alone here.
2v1.
Amumu is going to kill that Vayne. Gonna back from this before giving Katarina the kill. There was a good engage on purple, but all those ults, I mean a good engage on blue, but all those ults on purple really helped them. Catching Amumu out in the jungle, just getting a little too greedy with blood in the water right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a good consolation prize. Unfortunately, as we kind of saw there, the biggest risk you run when you're Warwick going in on a Lulu is the possibility that Lulu, as soon as you get out, just turns around, wild growths herself, gives her a butt ton more health, and knocks you up, which is just made Warwick a sitting duck for all of the kind of return damage coming in there from Pantheon, Lulu, Sivir, etc.
Thresh gonna spot that pink ward in that death push.
Alright, that's good coverage. Yeah, doing a good job setting up for Dragon, which should be here in a second, though.
I'm gonna go against the team we've. Oh, beautiful hook on the Lulu. Beautiful ult from Katarina.
That's what they gotta do to get back in this game. Just
Lulu
keep catching
lurking
people
around
out.
the side there.
And keep up this ward coverage, which
Blue team also gonna go for Dragon here now that Lulu's dead.
So a lot of times, one of the issues I have with Teemo is that Teemos and teams with Teemo will just assume that the mushrooms are sufficient vision and kind of slack on the ward duty. I'm glad to see Pinnacle's
Thresh
not
gonna
really doing
land that beautiful Q on Leona. Purple team a little bit cut out here. Muna's gonna try to run away from this. I don't want to go against the team we've been following this whole time, but blue team looking really good right now.
Yeah, they're starting to hit their stride, both with Warwick finishing that Blade of the Rune King and starting to really put out some good damage with his Infinite Duress, and of course, I think we're all familiar with the dangers of late game Vayne as she kind of creeps towards that point.
Vayne now at a 60, 60 CS lead from Sivir.
Yeah.
Being 10 plus kills behind, they're not that far back on Gold.
No. Tyro's definitely going to have to rely on their two frontliners. Though I don't really know if you can qualify Pantheon exactly as a frontliner, but that's where
going around here.
the majority of their kills are on. So it's really going to be it's going to be up to Pantheon and Amumu to find these and get these good engagements and really transform this gold that they've been able to accrue into an advantage. Wow, yeah, this is a huge kill deficit, but the gold lead is really only 7k, only 7k. But you wouldn't really guess that this game is as close as it is based off just looking at the score.
Blue team taking out all of the wards on the purple side for Baron. A lot of team mushrooms going down on that mid lane though. Gonna be pretty hard to team fight there if they do. Blue team trying to secure that turret kill. Unfortunately, I think if Thresh grabs anybody, purple team is just going to counter engage. Oh, but the ult coming down on Sivir and the engage with Leona is all coming down. The man drop's coming down. Man drop, whatever. Skyfall. A beautiful Amumu ult on all 4 members of the blue team. They're going to try to get away, but unfortunately they're unable to. Katarina, they come back trying to kill Lulu. Lulu going really low.
Oh
they
no!
Not managed to kill Vayne though.
Does the Sivir step on a mushroom?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's the worst way to
That was
die.
depressing. Teemo, come around the back for a Lulu kill here.
He's got
Gonna
double
flash
buffs.
for it.
Yeah, he's gonna think better of
Unable
that
to
though.
kill her though. He's gonna walk through him. Nope, he's going to find the mushroom in the bush. Vayne coming around here, getting a little risky with this movement.
So that's an unfortunate turn of events here for Tyro, as it looked like in the initial portions of that team fight that they were going to be able to both get a pretty good sweep onto Pinnacle and then set themselves up to do like a Baron or potentially get this middle inhibitor. But yeah, with Sivir going down, as I was kind of discussing here with Rusty Willie Brunsey and our esteemed leaders at Not So Stock Gaming, there's not a whole ton of wave clear coming in from Tyro, aside from the Q from Pantheon, which is it was okay. Yeah, Lulu was also really low, so we couldn't really rely on her whimsy. And beyond that, Amumu can do it, which is also probably another reason why he opted for the Sunfire Cape. That's gonna make it a bit easier for him to wave clear, or help his team wave clear as well. Oh my god, so many Teemo mushrooms.
Yeah, look back at it. Unfortunately, Sivir did not step on the Teemo mushroom. She actually died. She actually died by the Katarina and the Teemo Q.
Oh. Well, that's better.
Had a lot of damage put on her by the Teemo and Katarina.
Okay. So far, 2 Banshee's Veils coming in for Tyro, which I expect to see a couple more. That's going to make wandering around the jungle and accidentally stepping on those Teemo mushrooms a lot easier, since you get a freebie every couple seconds. Good job there from Thresh to pop that Pantheon shield. To make sure he was totally vulnerable before going for the death sentence.
Oh, but a beautiful Thresh hook on Leona. The purple team, the Sivir ult, it looks like it's all going all over again. Well, the blue team, a beautiful ult on Amumu, catching 3 people. You know, Katarina gonna ult the backline, do a lot of damage to that.
Holy cow.
Triple kill.
Triple kill.
Amumu is just trying to bring that one forward, but is unable to.
Oh yeah, that was
Wow, that was a thing.
ill-advised engagement.
Oh no.
Team triple kill.
But yeah, I
Yeah,
suspect.
trying to run away from that Vayne. Gonna have to go back in, not able to.
Wow, what a
This
turn!
beautiful counter engage by that Katarina ulting. That was an amazing triple kill back there.
Yeah, I think all of the stuns were down by the time that she went into ultimate. I thought that was gonna go way worse, since the grab onto Leona is usually not the person you want to try and get with those death sentences. But yeah, Katarina was really good at waiting for all the CC to go down, and Vayne did a good job kind of waiting until the most of the damage and CC were already put down before she tried to come around and engage. Though, if Pinnacle had just not walked into all of those critical strikes from Pantheon, since they were all below 15%, that would have gone like infinitely better for them, since it was a 4 for 0 or 4 for like 1 up until they decided to try and take out the Pantheon.
Blue team might be thinking on going Dragon here. I mean Baron, sorry.
Okay. Looks like... Oh.
Fortunately, Mumu walking through 2 mushrooms there.
Shouldn't bother him too much. He's got, he's pretty tanky at this point. Going full tank with a ton of health. Death
Gonna
sentence
want
coming
that
into team.
top lane turret. Thresh gonna land a Q on a Mumu. Meanwhile, Katarina, not Katarina, sorry, Teemo teleporting in here. Katarina, beautiful cleanup.
Oh, here's the...
And Pantheon ultimate coming down here. Grabbing Katarina. And just to bring the Katarina down, the blue team is just gonna turn around on this one. It's getting really risky for that purple team. They're actually going to attempt the Baron as of right now.
And why not? They've got Vayne, who can do Baron pretty quickly. They've got Warwick to tank it up basically indefinitely with the health that he's gonna gain back from his passive and his Qs. And yeah, we're seeing quite a turnaround coming in here from from Vayne, who's putting on basically a clinic for why you should save your... Well, we're seeing a excellent example from Pinnacle Gaming here for why, or for how you can play these champions like Vayne and like Katarina and still do well in the face of just enormous amounts of CC, which is just you have to be extremely careful with your engagements. And make sure you go in when those things are on cooldown, or the champions are not in a position to be able to use them on you.
I'm surprised even with all the stuns and stuff that purple team has, they're not able to stop that Katarina once she gets going in that backline.
Yeah, that's the second team fight in a row she's managed to get in there without much effort. And I think basically every champion on the purple side, other than Sivir, has a skill that can stun her, or transform her into a cute little whatever, or yeah, I guess it's stun or turn into a cute little animal.
Oh, gonna catch Lulu out.
Poor Lulu.
Gonna bring down that Leona so much from just that being alone. Fortunately, they do have Baron. They might actually attempt a base rush right here. I do think that they're going to successfully do it with that Lulu down.
Team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Gonna grab it and move a beautiful hook over the wall into the ult. He's not gonna grab as much as he wanted though.
That might be the game.
Oh my god, the Katarina coming in and immediately bringing down that Sivir.
Wow, what a
This
turnaround.
is, yeah, that... Remember kids, score doesn't mean everything. The
Yeah.
turnaround was insane.
Turret has been destroyed.
It went from 2 to 10 to 28 to 35 in the end. A beautiful game.
Yeah, and that's going to conclude our round 2 here for y'all, ladies and gentlemen. That was Pinnacle Gaming versus Vigorish Tyra, with Pinnacle Gaming taking the win. They're going to go on to face Teamkin Asukra. We're going to call them JTPLZ. Which is also a mouthful. So hold on to your hats. We should be back here in just a moment. I'm Abers, and I'm joined with my fellow shoutcaster Greg, and we're here for Not So Stock Gaming, bringing you all your amateur tournament action tonight. Just a moment, and we'll get that next matchup for you as quick as we can. All right, and I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break and refresh my drink. Don't go anywhere. And I'm going to turn the chat over to you, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, everybody on the stream, that teaches you that score does not mean everything. They did manage to come back from that, and that was absolutely crazy. I'm really surprised with that much stuns and stuff that they unfortunately were not able to peel that Katarina off of their backline. You guys, that game that we saw last game was pretty intense. Yeah, if they had the exhaust, that would have helped on Katarina reducing some of that damage on the backline. She managed to completely wipe out the backline right there. Again, I'm really surprised that the purple team was unfortunately not able to peel for them. It was pretty surprising. Unfortunately, they all end, and then Katarina just walked straight around. Yeah, Katarina should have been always a priority target. They should have always gone for Katarina. Unfortunately, like the person said, Warwick kept alting their AD carry every time. So, unfortunately, that died. Like I said in the beginning, we were rooting for purple team, but blue team looked like that they were going to have an extreme comeback right there. Yeah, Mumu was pretty great. Both games able to land beautiful ultimates.
All right. I'm back. What'd I miss?
Talking about that last game where Katarina melted the backline.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't stress enough how impressive that was. I mean, we went over it, but 4 out of 5 champions could stop her from doing her thing, and she still managed to go, 13, 9, and 9? Whoa, Nelly. All right, so we should be getting the Pinnacle Games versus Team the JTPLZ game here in just a moment. For those of you interested, the other winners of the round 2 matches were YOLO City Central, 5 Ladies, 1 Dream, Team Ballsy, oh god, Vaginal Intercourse.
They're still there, and they're still going strong.
They're a pretty strong team, despite their unfortunate name.
They're unfortunate.
I believe they were victorious in our amateur tournament 2 weeks ago. And then obviously we've got the match we're going to feature for you next, which is Pinnacle Gaming versus Teamkin Asukra. I gotta get confirmation on how the hell you say that.
Managed to hit 400 followers. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. And then of course our last round 3 matchup, which is quarterfinals for those of you keeping track at home, is between Cheap 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 and Children of Crazy Joseph. Okay. And it looks like Team Kin Asukira.
So good.
Asukira. Okay, thank you. Asukira. Team Kin Asukira. Well, thank you very much for the members of Team Kin Asukira who were able to hook me up with a pronunciation on that team name.
Yeah, that chat kind of blew up when you started saying their name.
Oh yeah, where did I lose that? All right, there we go. Okay. Farewell, Recalled Truth. Thanks for joining us. All right. Oh no. So we're having a little bit of difficulties here. I don't know if any of y'all have been having this problem, but the chat for the LOL client has been pretty buggy as of late. And that seems to be the problem here. It makes it really difficult to actually invite anyone. I do not believe Ezeker is Faker, though stranger things have happened. All right,
one person that came in from SKT or whatever?
Yeah, Benji. Benji made a quick hello in our previous match not too long ago. Yet to be confirmed whether or not that was the actual Benji. Signs point to no, but
we want to believe it is. But
Yeah,
on
yeah.
all of our like Facebook, Twitter, put like we had Benji in our game.
yeah.
EJ other company.
So I'm just getting. All right. Well, we're into picks and bans, so I'll bring this up later. But yeah. So we've got Jackson Morgana, the Vayne ban, coming through.
Vayne ban actually pretty surprising, but not that judging by the performance of Blue Team's last game.
Oh yeah, I definitely think this is a targeted ban here. Not usually a ban for the meta, but yeah, after that insane turnaround with the Vayne, a very respectable ban here. And then we got Morgana and Kassadin. So interesting, no Braum ban. We'll have to see whether or not I expect him to get picked up here. But okay, we're gonna get that.
That was actually the first ban we've seen of Kassadin as our third game.
Oh yeah,
The last
Yeah,
two
he
games
hasn't-
did not ban Kassadin.
not banned or picked.
KO getting another ban. The Warwick picked up again.
And we're gonna get to see more Teemo action. You can tell how thrilled I am about that. All right.
If they go the same team comp.
Well, they're going to be forced on a different AD carry. I expect it's going to be someone similar with a similar late game potential. Since I can't imagine. Well, Sivir would be a bit different. Not really known for her strong late game, aside from if she can kind of combo with other people who have movements, but we're not going to need to worry about that because there is a Tristana locked in, who is known for her late game prowess. And we've got a Vi, who's going to synergize nicely with that Yasuo. Oh my god, and the potential combo of Vault Breaker into the Last Breath from Yasuo is just going to absolutely delete people at level 6. And yep, there's Braum.
Just be like, there he is.
There he is. It's too bad. I would have liked to see that mid lane Diana that got banned out in the previous game. But, I mean, we've seen that Pinnacle Gaming can do scary things with the kitty cat. So, it's
Yeah,
still
they're
gonna
bringing
be...
back the Warwick, Teemo, and the Katarina this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, bringing out Braum against that Caitlyn. Braum's going to shield her ultimate and her Q.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and he'll if we do get this Karma in here, I imagine that he'll help a fair amount for her too. Okay, so we've got our teams locked in. Ooh. We are going to get to see the return of the Mundo. The Mundo Teemo lane is interesting. Teemo has extreme kill pressure on Mundo until about level 7 or 8, when Mundo just wrecks it. And just starts to... gets that Spirit Visage, and just... is able to basically ignore most of the damage from Teemo, continue farming, and then if Teemo even shows his little head, he's gonna get a cleaver to the face or a briefcase should that skin arise, and then just get run down. So we'll have to see whether or not Teemo can take advantage of his early game. Take advantage of his early game advantage over Mundo. But how do you... So you give the early... You think that Braum is going to swing this bottom lane?
I feel it's going to be really good against the Caitlyn. He's going to be able to block her ultimate plus her Q, like I said. Unless Braum steps in one of her traps and they whack on Tristana while Braum just stands there with his shield open, rooted in place, I think it's going to be very good towards blue team. Katarina running that teleport yet again.
And we saw her use it to pretty good effect, teleporting top lane to return kills when on that Pantheon in the last game, and really making a kind of global presence. But I don't really have a good sense of how Yasuo matches up to Katarina. Would you expect that that lane to go in favor of Yasuo?
I feel like any lane with Katarina, I feel like Yasuo is going to be pretty good against Katarina in the early game. But unless he gets a gank from Vi, I feel Katarina is just going to keep poking him down and eventually be able to ult him. But if that Vi helps out and they do the wombo combo between Vi's ult and Yasuo's, it's going to swing towards him.
Yeah, I hope we get to see Yasuo make make good use of his flow shield, which hopefully, if he can just charge that up, I think will go a fairly long way towards blocking the bouncing blades from Katarina. But we're gonna have to see. I'd also be interested to see whether or not Yasuo can just just dash out of the Katarina ultimate and avoid most of the damage. This is a pretty mobile team comp coming in from Team Kin Asukira. Team JTPLZ. So should they be inclined, they should be able to disengage rather effectively. Though again, Braum ult combined with Warwick, it's going to do a pretty good job keeping people in place.
Definitely, Brum's going to be able to knock up and keep everybody in place while Katarina ults him. Plus, Warwick being able to lock down the target is going to be really effective.
I'm excited for Mundo, though. I want him to go where he pleases. Really, I want to see Corporate Mundo. That's I think my favorite skin in the game.
I like when he yells Mundo File every 3 seconds.
Yeah. Mundo File.
Over and over.
Yeah, here in the chat, Blame Delag is making an interesting point of just getting a Crucible and just immediately cleansing off anyone who gets Warwick ulted, which would be a good kind of counter move here from the Midnight Meat Baby. That's a great name. It's a reference to that Clive Barker story for those of y'all who are not into the bizarre horror movies and horror stories, but we didn't see that in the last game. So we'll have to see if Pinnacle can continue this combo. Though we did see excellent moves early game from Lulu, using her knock up to get out of those Warwick ults, and it still wasn't enough to kind of stop the late game onslaught from Pinnacle.
Yeah, definitely.
Though I think that their opponents in this game, I think, match up a bit better in the late game. Right, late game Yasuo is going to be a beast, probably going the build that goes 100% critical damage. Obviously, late game Vi able to single out targets while still making a big dent in team fights with her assault battery. Late game Mundo is one of the best late game champions in the game, in my opinion. He just becomes unkillable, and he's going to get on to the AD carry. He's going to be able to get to Tristana, and just unless they can save that some Braum initiation or some or I guess they could successfully kite. No, they can't. The problem with Mundo is his W, when it's at full level, gives him 30% debuff reduction. So if you're going to, so you can't stun him, you can't stop him from coming at you. He gets that movement speed buff with his ultimate and just goes straight for the carry. So I'd look to see if Pinnacle can try and focus Mundo early and keep him down. Otherwise, he runs the risk of getting out of control. Okay. Okay. So a quick question thrown out there to all the viewers. Has anyone been able to find a place to watch online OGN Korean gaming or Korean matches from the last week? It seems like all of the usual sources have dried up. I want to say it's some caused by some kind of copyright fight or something between Riot and the Korean OGN. But it's been extremely frustrating for those of us that are trying to binge watch some good Korean matches. So if anybody's got any info on that, I definitely appreciate it. Just give us a holler there in chat.
30
All right.
seconds until minions spawn.
I wonder if we're going to see a lane swap here. Though probably not. I think they did this in the previous game. Okay. So
Minions have spawned.
we see the same invade coming in from Pinnacle Gaming, and I wonder if if they continue to do this, whether or not the next team will be able to punish them for doing the same strategy.
Window getting team on these bushes, getting a nice cleaver out.
That's a good strategy, I think, on Mundo, since you have a bit of difficulty early game, so the more damage you can get with cleavers, the better. And yeah, this is just pretty standard Mundo play, staying back and farming long range with cleavers. Teemo's going invisible. And oh god, that...
So we're doing a lot of damage on that Katarina.
Yeah, and he's managed to get a level lead, too.
You know, at the bottom lane, they're actually getting a significant amount of poke on blue side. Oh, Tristana getting a little far in.
Yeah, and this is that poke combo you were mentioning earlier. Just really putting the hurt down early. I do not believe
Yes.
Yasuo's... Oh, does it?
Yes, it does. It blocks those daggers that they hit, and it makes me cry when I play solo queue and it blocks it.
Oh.
And I get teary.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed
Oh,
that's
they might get the first
projectile,
one on
but-
the Tristana down here.
Oh, she uses
beautiful heal.
heal.
That actually saved her life. Yeah, the beautiful heal saved her life. Oh, but Caitlyn flashing first blood. That jump was not enough. It was a beautiful play, bottom lane.
Yeah. What an engage.
Yeah, it does. Like I said.
Yeah.
Yasuo's wall does block Katarina's daggers.
I didn't realize it was a
And-
projectile, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Katarina's ult, I'm not sure if it's still this way, but I know it was last I played Katarina. It was really buggy. It says it only hits the first 3 targets. For me, it was hitting 4 in team fights, so I'm not sure if they fixed that or anything, but Katarina's ult's pretty buggy when it comes to that.
That's not... Well, that's not the worst... The worst
It's a
bug
good
in the
thing.
world.
It's a good thing. Like, I'm happy about it. I rinsed through teams, but again, a little thing to be bad for the enemy team getting hit by 4 people getting hit instead of the supposed 3.
So, Mundo's doing a really good job up in this top lane, staying safe.
Yeah, definitely. He's also doing pretty good on the CS, judging by the fact that he's versing a ranged champion.
Yeah, only down about a wave and a quarter. Definitely a good pick, since he can expect very little kind of gank pressure coming in from the Warwick in the early levels.
God, I'm still just baffled with that first play bottom lane. It was so beautiful.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay. So, no real moves here from either team. It looks like, other than our kind of skirmishes that have been going on in the bottom lane, which is to be expected since this is an extremely heavy poke lane coming in here from purple side. I expect we'll see a lot more action once both the junglers hit 6.
Definitely a lot of poke damage coming on Braum. Braum better be careful. He's getting pretty low. Tristana trying to go back on the Caitlyn does not proc the stun. Yasuo going all in on the Katarina, not able to ult, but goes right into Warwick. He's unfortunately actually going to go down there.
Yeah.
Went right into Warwick, unfortunately.
Pretty ham, but luckily Warwick's in the right place at the right time. Okay. So Mundo has actually managed to even up the CS against Teemo. Which is a little scary of a place to be. Good empowered Q there coming in.
Beautiful. Oh, that is been awkward.
Okay, so we got a level 6 Yasuo. I'd expect Vi to either come mid and
Yasuo is actually doing pretty good in the mid lane by himself, judging by that killing Katarina, but not hurt. Oh, gonna ult the Tristana. Braum gonna block it though. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Work is gonna come in with the Flash ultimate. Gonna get. Oh, but he gets a 2-man knockup. The turret bringing Katarina pretty low. Vi coming in and ulting the Warwick. Yeah, everybody is really low right here. It was a beautiful ultimate by Yasuo to stop Katarina from ulting.
yeah, that was good counter engage. Unfortunately, Warwick was just a step ahead of the Vi. And was able to get there before she could use her ultimate in an offensive manner. All right, so we got the first turret going down, but this is pretty much to be expected when you have a Karma and a Caitlyn paired up. Their early game presence is really strong. We should probably expect that Karma to start falling off towards the mid to late game, though.
Unfortunately, Karma is going to allow a pretty big shield from Katarina's ult.
Oh, that's true. And yeah, if she empowers it, she can get it on the
Exactly.
entire team.
She's going to get it on a lot of her teammates to block that Katarina damage. I don't know if Teemo realizes, but Mundo, if he goes invis, Mundo's just going to keep doing the cleavers where he went invis.
Yeah, he's level 8, so that his ultimate not quite at the power it is once it's ranked 2. That's the time when you really see this lane start to shift in favor of Mundo.
Oh, gonna stun there, and Vi is just gonna casually Q away there.
Yeah. That's that mobility. It's going to make it difficult for Pinnacle to force the engages they want.
You know, I was gonna say she's gonna Vault Break her away, but I completely thought that was her ult, and I doubted myself there.
Oh no, you're on it. Okay.
Yeah, so oh, but the Vi coming in. Vi unfortunately does not have her ult for just a little bit more. Gonna go back on the Katarina. Gonna be able to ult the Katarina. Very nice kills there in the mid lane.
Yeah, great play. There was a very good shield coming in from Yasuo that prevented the any damage coming in from the Katarina, and just isolated the Warwick in a very unfortunate way. Alright, and so it looks like the first dragon of the game is going to come out here.
Braum unfortunately cannot land his Q due to that Yasuo wall.
Alright. So we're seeing a
Mundo
bit...
still is doing really well against that Teemo, able to just stay back and not allow Teemo to kill.
Yeah, and he does have his ultimate up should the...
Rorik trying to come around on this Caitlyn Karma.
he's just gonna eat a 90 caliber net. That's gonna keep that beast at bay.
Teemo getting a little pushed in with the Mundo.
Where did he go?
Oh, but the flash open for Braum unfortunately does not hit anybody, but his Q actually does. Karma get a Q and shield away for that movement speed.
Yeah.
Beautiful disengage from the purple team bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing exactly what you predicted, which is just this Karma is very good against these kind of hard engaged teams. She's got the speed up, she's got the shield, she's got the snares, just a lot of tools at her disposal.
She's just gonna hit Warwick and slow him again, unable to get in there and ult.
Yep.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yasuo and Vi are going to attempt to take down this mid lane turret, but I'm pretty sure they got it. Oh, but unfortunately, the minions did not last as long as they thought.
Oh, and here's Warwick.
Back there, and there's Warwick getting cut out by Yasuo, and Vi getting ulted by Vi. Then the ult from Yasuo. Katarina coming around, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, I think they're just not quite on the same page there. I think he might have expected the Yasuo and Vi to back, or at least that he'd have more time to set up his the ult combo with him and Katarina.
Vi and Yasuo going to go towards the Wraith. Katarina hopefully going to land a ward there, not face check. Yasuo knocking up Braum. Oh, they're going to go all in on Braum, but Braum manages to win wall the Caitlyn off, but not enough to keep him safe from the other. That's a lot
Meanwhile,
of top lane.
in top lane,
That is a lot of mushrooms, and I just cry looking at that.
the Mundo is just face checking mushrooms because he just doesn't care. He's got that. He's reached that horrible Mundo point where he's got the Spirit Massage, which is going to give him 20% additional life regen on his ult. Yeah, Mundo just
going
do not
around
care.
them at bottom lane. Yasuo trying to recall, but you're gonna get cut up by this Warwick and Katarina. Katarina gonna ult, but not hit much. Two of her daggers blocked by Yasuo wall. Purple team gonna try for a re-engage here. Yasuo gonna ult Braum. Braum is gonna ult back. Yasuo still not able to pick up a kill here. Braum going down to the Katarina. Katarina trying to go back in. Unfortunately, does not. I meant the Caitlyn there. Braum's gonna go by Caitlyn, not Katarina. Katarina, same team.
Yeah, and this is just that mobility coming in, and just they
Someone
can't
found
seem
funny
to
that
lock
it
him down.
Is Mundo? They don't even need Mundo. This Yasuo gonna die. He dies to the Gauntlet. That was beautiful.
Oh no!
Good job, Yasuo. You're watching Run of Fun, Jake. That's great.
Other than that, no one saw that. Other than that, we've been seeing excellent play coming in from Yasuo, who should be 6-1 and 3. Yeah, he's already completed his static shiv, and it looks like he's going straight into the Infinity Edge. So he's just going to be dealing out heaps of damage.
Oh, I didn't even notice the minion kills. The minion kills going amazing for Purple Team right now.
Oh sure, yeah. I mean, with the Tristana, that's kind of what you'd expect. Tristana has a very hard time early game, and I mean, especially against this bottom lane. So it's not quite as disastrous as it might seem were it another AD carry, since once those exploding shots, she gets a couple levels in those, she can really clear waves at an insane.
Oh, but they're gonna catch Katarina off, but Yasuo's gonna try to go for the kill there. Meanwhile, top lane, Teemo takes down the turret, but now the chase on between Yasuo and Katarina. Caitlyn's gonna ult Katarina, bring her down. Meanwhile, Mundo regenerating all of his health, taking down that Teemo.
Yeah.
Warwick just walking through here, but gets ulted by Vi. Right in the face. Yasuo bringing down Braum yet again. Now going for the Warwick. Warwick almost dead here. Yasuo double kill.
And is he gonna? I think they're
Gonna
gonna
see
go
the. Fortunately, Tristana's gonna jump over the wall there. Not looking good for blue team right now.
I mean, they were able to come back from a similarly seemingly overwhelming
Exactly.
lead.
They were able to come back from a 2-10 lead. So anything could happen at this point.
Yeah, they've definitely got their work set out for them. I don't know, Rusty Willie. I've agreed with most of what you've had to say today, but I definitely thought that Pinnacle was down and out before, and they managed to turn it around. We can't count them out as long as they've got these insane late game scaling champs. All right, looks like Midnight Meat Baby should be able to escape the Warwick pretty effectively. And we haven't really seen these teams really prioritize dragons very hard. It seems like the Team Kin Asukura is more interested in getting turrets and getting kills, which is fair. But yeah, oh wow, we've seen Yasuo's got his Infinity Edge.
It's definitely going to be a problem for the blue team. Katarina might get caught out here, but manages to go back. That Vi Yasuo is very threatening for her. She's not been able to get her off properly yet. Meanwhile, Caitlyn trying to solo the dragon here.
Which is interesting. We're seeing the new item changes at work here. That's normally you wouldn't see a Caitlyn try and do that without having her Bloodthirster, but that's the double Dorian's Blades giving her 6% additional lifesteal. So she's gonna be able to do that without much problem.
Karma getting really good poke here on Katarina with their attempting Baron, but blue team is gonna realize.
Yeah, that was a good attempt. Since I don't think most teams would have suspected that Baron could come out that early, but yeah, it's gonna get caught out, and they're gonna have to back off.
Caitlyn, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, trying to take down this bottom lane turret.
And she will.
Be successful in doing so. The blue team just getting back to base.
Yeah, that's some good.
Yasuo and Mundo going for the Katarina top lane. Katarina is stuck in the bushes. Yasuo lands his Q and brings her down with his ultimate. Another kill, 9-2 for the Yasuo.
Yeah, that's the just very, very, very strong Yasuo.
Fortunately, right now, Warwick is still the only one on the team with the kill. Oh yeah, definitely. The purple team is managing a really good CS lead.
And that's a Baron. That is a 20-minute Baron, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we saw Pinnacle come back in the previous game, but this is looking kind of rough.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
I wonder what Mundo's gonna build next. He's sitting on 2 ruby crystals. Oh, okay. So he's going even more magic resist.
Probably gonna go that Banshee's Veil to negate some of the damage from the team mushrooms.
I think you're right, and I definitely think that that's the right way to go.
No, definitely.
We're still quite a ways away from this Tristana being a major damage threat, and a surprising amount of magic damage comes out of Warwick. So it's going to help him there too, not to mention blocking the Warwick initiation, though you'd have to be pretty desperate to
a full on off on Katarina, completely wiping her out. Immediately, Yasuo going for even more kills, doing so much damage to the enemy team. Getting a double kill, he might get a triple kill here.
Yep.
Even on the Teemo, he does get a triple kill.
And
Can he get up? And the Church gonna focus him, and he's going to fall to the Teemo mushrooms. So you got here, folks.
hashtag worth.
Never mind. Teemo getting a kill, done. Game over. Come back.
Well, I mean, they should be able to get this pretty easily. They do have to worry about potentially, as long as they can
Braum
make
and
it
the
so that
Teemo
Mundo's
shrooms
the
are
one
good.
who stomps on that Teemo shrooms, they should be okay. The Baron regen here obviously doing a lot of work.
Another Teemo shroom going in there by. I'm making sure not to look at the Twitch chat because I'm going to be honest. The last game was spoiled by somebody, and I just not even fun to commentate anymore. I'm like, oh, it could be a base rush, even though I know they win in about 5 seconds. So I'm just going to go ignore that. I'm looking at a bracket here. No. Don't go tap.
Well, there's some good points coming in here from Blame Delang. Again, he pointed out that not only was the ban on Vayne a good idea just because based off of how strong Vayne was in the previous game, but Vayne is one of the more effective counters to Mundo. Since she's able to proc that true damage based off of max health due to her silver shots. So yeah, the banning her out means that Pinnacle's really gonna be hard pressed to find an answer to this late game Mundo. And maybe some
Yeah,
Teemo
the
trickery here?
teleports to the turret here in mid lane. Teemo trying to get the mid lane mushrooms, but unfortunately Katarina is not going to block the Caitlyn all.
Good damage there
Beautiful
coming
kill on-
by.
Oh, but the knock-up on Yasuo. Unfortunately, Yasuo is going to ult Braum, doing a lot of damage. Tristana going down pretty fast, but still manages to stay alive.
I mean, this is, I think, despite the fact that that was a very good engage
Mundo coming in right here.
from Pinnacle, it's just,
Completely ignoring all that damage from the Katarina ult.
yeah, and he's not going to have any problem diving anybody under the turrets or through mushrooms. He just goes,
He does.
he's going to go where he
Mundo
pleases.
goes where he pleases. Yep, there you go. Gonna maybe even take down this Katarina. Tries to juke him with the ward, but unfortunately he still lands that cleaver.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cleaver
and
after cleaver from this Mundo, but she goes through the minions.
she's pretty slippery, but
I'm pretty sure
okay.
might get
Okay.
away here. Jump to the Teemo, will get away.
Yeah, that was some good moves there by Katarina.
Going to the minions was a very smart idea there.
Yeah, and she, even more importantly, she saves the her team the double buffs, which, I mean, not the blue buff, not that really big of a deal on Mundo, but red buff means it's basically impossible to escape him.
The dragon is back up. Braum taking even more damage. The ult will not kill him though from Caitlyn.
But this is gonna be a
Oh,
mid
Warwick
turret.
ulting Karma. A lot
Yeah.
of the blue team coming out. Purple team better be careful here.
No, that was kind of a desperation move. There's not. They do not have the damage to deal with this Mundo.
Katarina looking to go back in on that backline. Oh, but the Yasuo and Vi completely annihilating Tristana.
Yeah, there's that combo again.
Yasuo
He's just
also going to try to go for a kill on Katarina. Not going to be able to do it. Going to be able to kill Teemo before the turret brings her down.
ooh.
Oh, getting a beautiful stun off on Vi. He's not able to kill the Teemo. Braum battling it out with the Vi right now.
Yeah, and she's just gonna barely get away with a sliver of health.
The dragon is up and Baron is up in about 1 minute here.
Pinnacle does need to worry a little bit about chasing this too much. Mundo does have his ultimate up, so his health bar is a little bit deceiving. It's not actually anywhere near as low as it seems.
If you
let's
look,
see.
no, sorry, go. It's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna say, let's see. I think that they could be able to burst this dragon down pretty fast, which is do a bit to help them overcome this almost 20k gold lead.
There, if you look at, if you're spectating, you hit like F1, F2. Blue side, unfortunately, does not have as much. Purple's team seems to have a lot of vision of the map right now. They might actually be able to bring down all these people near Dragon.
Oh, the
Purple team
Dragon
managed to
steal.
steal the Dragon. Meanwhile, Vi getting hammered by Warwick manages to kill Teemo, but unfortunately steps on the mushroom in the process.
Yeah, and I mean,
Kalen on the hunt, but you better watch out for that Katarina right there. Gonna go down to the Katarina. Fortunately, use the Blackfire to kill her. Sure, we don't have one team winning all the time.
yeah, OMG, this Yasuo is definitely correct. He's got his Blade of the Rune King too. 14 kills. Yikes.
He's almost at 200 minion kills at this point as well. Caitlyn already passed the 200 minion kills marks, sitting at 223. I mean, like, he is gold. It's still.
Yeah, that's the second Baron going down.
Oh, but the ultimate, all the ultimates coming out on Katarina, bringing her down pretty fast. Purple team might want to take advantage of the Katarina being dead now that their backline is safe. In my total opinion, I think Katarina's the one stopping the backline.
I mean, she's got a little bit of a different problem than she had to avoid in this game as opposed to the previous game. The previous game, she just had to avoid skill shots. This one, she's got to avoid the guaranteed CC of Vi, and the inability to really do much about Mundo, especially with just how much.
Yasuo bringing down the team up pretty fast, also getting the top lane turret, getting a triple kill here. Unfortunately, not able to get the quadra kill, being shut down by the Tristana and Katarina.
There's some kind of weird thing that happened there with the Warwick ult. For some reason, the person Warwick was ulting managed to get away, and he just stood there and wasn't
Katarina,
able to really do much.
About to go down here.
Yeah, and this looks like that's going to be the game.
Looks like after a 29-minute game, it's going to be a win for the purple team, bringing.
Alright, so that was your round 3 game between Pinnacle Games and Team JTPLZ, the winner being JTPLZ. And they're going to go on to face the winner of Cheap 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 and Children of Crazy Joseph. And that's going to be your semifinal match here in just a moment. I'm Abers, along with my fellow shoutcaster Greg, and we're here brought to you by Not So Stock Gaming. We thank you for being with us here on this lovely Sunday night, and we should be back in just a moment with your semifinal matchup. So we got 2 more games headed your way, so stay tuned for more amateur action. We started with We started with 27 teams, and now we're down to just 4. So all of these 4 teams are, of course, have already qualified to win prizes. They've all made it to the level where they're going to get some riot points. They're now just battling for numbers, and of course, don't forget that triumphant Rise skin going to each one of the members of the winning team. So stick with us, and we'll be bringing you more things in just a sec. More rounds in just a second. Okay, so looks like we've got one of our final or semifinal matches here. It's going to be YOLO City Central versus Team VI, and we're still waiting on that quarterfinal match, the last quarterfinal match to finish up. That's going to be between Cheap 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 and Children of Crazy Joseph. That was the team that was very excited to have us stream them. So hopefully we'll get to see some of that Children of Crazy Joseph.
I don't know about you. Me personally, I know the people, at least one of them on Cheap Cheap Cheap. So
Oh, really?
me, I'm rooting for him right now. Like I'm sitting
Oh.
here going, I'm sitting here staring at it. Fortunately, the other 2 people I knew did not make it, but I forgot that they even got in.
Oh yeah, no, I'm purely based off of people trying to friend request me here, so I'm not perhaps the most informed cheerleader, but hey, I'm happy to cast whoever ends up winning. All right, so
So I'm going to take a little showcaster break here while we wait for this to happen.
oh,
But
sure.
I'll be back with you guys shortly.
All right, and that's Greg. He should be back in just a moment. Go over some of the problems that just happened in the game you saw. I think the biggest issue for me was the team comps. I think that Pinnacle had some problems coming immediately out of the gate. The unfortunate mashup, as we mentioned, if you were watching the stream between Katarina and Yasuo, is kind of awkward. With Yasuo's wind wall being able to block the Katarina ultimate, since it counts as a projectile, which means he has the ability to just completely negate her most important move. Not to mention the real lack of any hard counter to Mundo on the Pinnacles team. So that Doctor was able to really go where he pleased. There was also no real AD damage threat until the late game, with the Tristana ramp-up time being pretty substantive. So as we saw, that freed up Mundo to just stack tons and tons of magic resist. He actually was able to get both of the Spectre's Cowl items, which enabled him to basically wander through Teemo mushrooms without fear and face check bushes without being concerned of Katarina potentially jumping in and ulting him. Now, you may be saying, well, Abe, Katarina's ultimate has a built-in health debuff, and you'd be right. Unfortunately, in order for Katarina to be able to burst down Mundo, that's really dependent upon the Katarina either getting a bajillion kills early game and the Mundo being kept down, or no, that's really the only way. And as you can see, she wasn't able to, or maybe you can't, but looking at her items, she wasn't able to complete the things necessary to counter Mundo. She only got the first part of the Liandry's Torment, which is the Haunting Guise. Liandry's Torment, of course, dealing that total magic damage per max health, and also wasn't able to complete her Void Staff? Void Staff. Wasn't able to complete her Void Staff, which would have been necessary in order to cut through all of that or magic resist. of course, you could potentially, even a really fed Warwick is gonna have trouble trying to deal with a Mundo, since Mundo's W AOE damage move means that Warwick has to take potentially a couple hundred damage in magic, or a couple hundred magic damage whenever he wants to ult Mundo if he's got that aura active. So as a result, and then the third thing that was potentially problematic in this matchup was the fact that Warwick requires that ramp up time. His pre-level 6 ganks, despite in the previous match we did see him able to execute a pretty good level 3 gank, but that was thanks to some well-placed death sentences from Thresh. So in normal circumstances, Warwick is not a particularly strong pre-level 6 ganker, and so a lot of pressure got put onto Teemo to shut down the Mundo early, which is just wasn't possible due to how safely the Mundo was playing. He was standing at the back of the minion wave, doing exactly what he should be, which is to just farm with cleavers. You can sort of counter that as Teemo if you're willing to face check cleavers, but that just becomes a losing proposition once Mundo puts even 2 levels in those in his queue, since those are going to deal percentage of total health and chunk Teemo out pretty quick. So yeah, I'm not entirely surprised that this match turned out the way it did. I mean, though, don't get me wrong, Pinnacle Gaming, they played as best they could, or they did it. I don't know. How am I going to talk about whether or not I know if they played the best they could? They could have had their cat jump on them and knock a soda into their computer and it exploded or something. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I can't speculate on those things, but I do know that these are definitely some excellent players that I think just had trouble out of the gate based off of their team comps, and then I've already kind of mentioned the advantages that are coming out of Karma. She had an excellent game, going 1-1 and 11. Yeah. So.
Hi.
Oh, excellent. I am
Excellent.
joined here by Dark Corpse. All right. And are you, or is this Greg?
I'm back. It's Greg. Hi.
Oh, this is Greg. All right. Grenadier Greg has returned, and we should be getting into the next game here shortly. I was just kind of going over some of the problems we saw with the team comps, the way that they lined up in the previous match. I mentioned the difficulties in early level junglers, or the lack of kind of early jungle pressure, the inability to have a really hard counter to that late game Mundo, and the problematic lane matchup between Yasuo and Katarina. Though we've seen a fair amount of Yasuos in competitive play. In an ideal world, what would you say would be the preferred counter to a Yasuo?
In my opinion, I would completely go Orianna. Anything to stop his insane movement. I don't know, maybe throw a Rise in there, but you don't see that in most games anymore. But he's a really, really good champion in mid lane. It's really hard to actually shut him down early.
Yeah, something with additional, maybe something with crowd control. I don't know, maybe even a Lulu to transform him into a cute little critter whenever he tries to go in. But yeah, it's a tricky matchup. Let me see. I don't know. I do like Kassadin against him, due to the ability of Kassadin to quickly reposition himself and kind of avoid some of those Yasuo dashes. But it's by no means a sure thing. Yeah, I'm looking across the champions, and nothing immediately jumps out to me and says Yasuo counter. I know that one of the traditionally strong mid laners, he's actually picked as a. Oh, go
I hate
ahead.
to cut you off here.
Sure,
I
sure.
didn't even realize that my mic is muted, and I apologize. Whoops. I don't know if you heard what I said before, but I was saying that you were absolutely correct there. It was, getting that Cassidy might work, but I like to counter Cassidy with the Yasuo, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm running out of
Yeah, I don't really know. Oh, but we are into picks and bans here in your semifinal match. This is going to be between JTPLZ and your friends from Cheap 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 made it actually into the semifinals.
Yeah, I screamed in Twitch chat when I saw it.
Okay, so we got Threshban and Jaxban. We'll have to see whether or not, I'd like
Is
to.
Jax ever gonna make it through? I
Jax
think
is
we
never
banned
gonna
all
make it
4
through.
of our games.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a game where Jax wasn't banned here for not so stuck. I'd like to. I mean, maybe you've got some ideas. I'm not really sure if I can comment on this, and I'd like to turn it over if our commenters here on the Twitch chat have any idea. But what the Thresh ban is potentially setting up for. Whether or not there's some particular champions that have problems with Thresh, or why that's coming through, or if it's just a general ban against something that doesn't really have something that's just generally a strong champion. I'm getting some a little message here from the men upstairs who have pointed out that Kayle is actually a fantastic pick against Yasuo, and that's definitely true because her E is not actually counted as a projectile in that fashion, so it goes right through the wind wall. All right. So yeah, that's the last. We got an Evelynn ban coming through, which I imagine is a targeted pick against this cheap team. And we're gonna get cheap on the Lee Sin and potentially Jarvan combo. Should be interesting. One of those most likely going into the mid lane. Jarvan, I mean, in theory, that's a good answer to Yasuo if you're trying to stop the Yasuo from escaping. Since you can Cataclysm.
Unfortunately, Yasuo, if any of Jarvan's
can he
teams,
jump out of Cataclysm?
Yeah, unfortunately, if like Lee Sin or something gets too close to Jarvan's wall and he's on the outside, Yasuo is just going to be able to jump to Lee Sin and completely go through that wall. Also, if Yasuo manages to ult the back line when Jarvan ults him in the front, he's going to be able to just warp right through his wall into the back line.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this Jarvan pick goes. So far, the only person he's really in a position to lock down is Mundo. Which, I mean, not the worst. You can stop Mundo from going where he pleases, but that's probably not what you're really trying to do with that pick. I imagine he's going to try and focus the bottom lane. But we've got that Wombo combo from JTPLZ already locked in of Vi and Yasuo, so we're gonna look to see even more of that. The Last Breath and the Assault and Battery just being able to single someone out and basically 100-0 them. Okay. So we got the Nami, which she's been seeing a bit of a resurgence. I don't know. How do you feel about Nami in the current meta?
Nami has been played a lot in the LCS. She's really good at the bottom lane, filling the bottom lane support role. I would actually put her up there with Thresh, Braum, and Leona. She's really good with that with her bubble and her ultimate, getting those both lined up to secure kills.
Oh yes, please Please give us the people. The people demand the donger. Give us the Heimendinger. Give us your Heimendingers.
You're getting a little into this. Do you want to talk about it or something?
Oh, how can you not love Heimendinger? The crazy inventor with those turrets. Oh, it's so good. Unfortunately, he did have a brief spot in the sun, featured in whatever it was last split. There was like 3 matches in a row where one of the top EU teams picked him, and actually won a number of games with top lane Heimendinger. But since then, there's been some unfortunate nerfs to his turrets, so they're not quite dealing as much absurd damage as they used to be. So yeah, instead we're gonna see a mid lane Morgana. That was not one of the things we listed as the strong counter pick to Yasuo, but it makes sense. She's got a lot of tools to come in and interrupt his combos and interrupt his movement advantage, right? With the dark bindings, the black shield to cut out any potential knockups, and just we don't really see her because of how good she is as a support, but also not too shabby of a mid laner herself. All right. So, interesting switch here. Instead of going with the lane they had last time of a Caitlyn and a Karma, instead we're gonna see the daring bomber darting into play with Corki. What do you think about that matchup between Corki and Karma and Ezreal and Nami?
Corki and Ezreal are both really good with the patches to the items. They're both really making a comeback here, but I'm still saying Corki and Karma, in my opinion, I feel like that they're going to poke Ezreal and Morgana down unless Morgana lands that dark binding and they go all in. I'm pretty rooting for Corki and Karma right now just for that poke potential.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, it used to be Corki kind of had a bit of a difficult time at the beginning of the game, but since I mean, as you mentioned, the item changes being a big deal for him, and they increased the damage on his Q bomb. What the heck is that called? Luminous something or other? Phosphorus bomb. Yeah, phosphorus bomb. Kind of tricky to land, but if you're able to hit those, they are gonna kick like a mule. Not to mention, he's a good addition to this team, which would otherwise kind of hurt a little bit for magic damage. Corki being the most amount of amount of magic damage from the early to mid game that you can get out of an AD carry. Followed second probably by old Kog'Maw. Weird things happen over there on your end, Greg, but
yeah, weird people talking. It's
all right. So do you think that the recent changes to Jarvan's passive, the ability for him to do, I think they substantially increase the amount of physical damage on his martial cadence. Do you think that's going to give him a little bit more of an edge in this Mundo lane? Normally, I'd say that lane's probably going to go in favor of Mundo. I mean, not in the early game, but again, we're going to see a similar thing with the Teemo matchup from before. If Mundo can, I would guess if Mundo can play safe, he should be able to deal with this lane pretty early or pretty effectively.
When me and my friend Doku, he sometimes goes Jarvan top lane. It's really effective actually, but against Mundo, I haven't seen it. He has a lot of health and a lot of resistance. I don't think Jarvan's gonna be able to do his full up to his full burst potential, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so how do you speculate these team strategies are going to line up against each other? Do you expect JTPLZ to go for a similar thing of where they just kind of? Well, I mean, I thought that they were going to wait until the late game in the last game, but they were able to pretty well dominate their lane matchups, and then they have that late game scaling advantage to fall back on. But how do you think Cheap is going to try and counter that?
If they manage to like, I don't know, if they manage to get everything correctly, I think that they're going to do pretty well. But if they start falling behind and stuff, it's going to look pretty ugly for them.
That's definitely true, especially depending upon what build this Ezreal goes. There's been a bit of a resurgence in the blue build for Ezreal, but that one with the I believe it's the Essence Reaver, that new item that gives you mana based off of your auto attack damage. But that build very low damage and kind of relies upon you getting an advantage early in order to kind of win the poke fight. And of course, unless Lee Sin can make his presence felt early, he's pretty famous for his kind of lackluster late game, shall we say. I also kind of worry whether or not Cheap has enough damage to really compete here. Though I don't have it's been a while since I've seen a mid lane Morgana, and it's possible I'm just underestimating her damage potential. But like not a ton of damage coming out from Lee Sin or Jarvan as compared to like the Yasuo, Vi, Corki.
Purple team unfortunately getting spotted out by some of these wards that blue team has placed. Want to pull back from this.
I think it was a good move on their part, however, because it's definitely right for them to look for a fight early game. Their level 1 is pretty substantial.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All they really needed to do was catch someone with a dark binding, and then they had a lot of follow-up damage, and follow-up catch potential with the Nami bubble. So that's a little unfortunate, but I expect we'll see more early game action here from Cheap.
Both junglers starting the reds right here.
Alright. And already, good trades going on in the mid lane.
Nami just missing that bubble bottom lane on Corki. Karma unfortunately tries to go for that poke, but Ezreal and Nami are right there to get to hurt her for her mistakes.
Yeah, this is definitely a much better bottom lane matchup than what we saw last game, which was the Tristana didn't really have any defenses against this early game poke, whereas
Corki getting a lot of damage done to him.
ooh, yeah, down below half health. He's got to be careful. Though, important to note, no Ignite on this bottom lane. Cheap. The only person with Ignite here is going to be Karma. So, they can risk being a little bit, well, as soon as I say that.
For an early gank right here,
Yeah.
the bubble coming down on Karma.
That was excellent bubble.
Karma unfortunately going to go down here. First blood for the Lee Sin bottom.
And 3 wards. Every member of Cheap warding that bush, making sure that they can finish the kill.
Okay, just make sure, because now I'm confused, but I just want to make sure. Cheap. They're purple, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Anyway, a beautiful gank for Vi there, but unfortunately did not meet in contact with Morgana. Morgana getting that getting the Q out on Yasuo, stopping him in his tracks.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yasuo has not been able to block these Dark Bindings with the Wind Wall. Morgana doing a good job slipping those in whenever possible. And wow, Mundo's
Lee
got
Sin
a...
looking to get a gank there. Yasuo is trapped. Fortunately, Lee Sin not there to follow up. Oh, getting a Q on the Morgana. They're both going in. It's like you gotta be careful. They're both at pretty low health.
Yeah, and that was that Vault Breaker missed by inches. If that had hit Morgana, we might have had a different story here.
Fortunately, the bush that Lee Sin is sitting in is warded.
So one of the interesting advantages that Yasuo's got here over Morgana is that he doesn't have to worry about mana. While Morgana was doing pretty well against him in lane, ultimately she's going to have to back off first, which should give Yasuo a pretty good, or at least a somewhat minion advantage. Yeah, oh yeah, he's got 11 minions over her already. And okay. Yeah, I didn't have things quite lined up. For some reason I thought that the Ezreal farm, or the Vi farm was the Mundo farm, but Jarvan doing a much better job this game of keeping the Mundo down. He's accumulated almost a 20 CS lead over Mundo. So that's gonna delay that late game Mundo status by quite a bit. But again, similar status here for both the mid lane and the top lane from JTPLZ. Both of those lanes not requiring mana, so they can stay in lane for theoretically a bit longer than their lane opponent.
Now, pretty even game right here.
Yeah.
Dark Binding landing on Yasuo, but he's gonna go back around. Can it be enough? The shield gonna save Yasuo. Yasuo going down to Morgana due to Dark Binding. She might actually get 2 kills here. She will. Double kill mid lane. Beautiful skill shots there by Morgana.
Yeah, and that counter pick coming in clutch here as she turns around the gank. Great job.
It was a beautiful Dark Binding in the turret there.
Yeah, just catching him with the or catching Vi on the very edge of it. Okay, so both the junglers, well, Lee Sin's managed to get level 6. Vi is, it looks like to be 1 to 2 camps before she's gonna get Assault Battery, but she should be here in just a minute. But it may be too late, because if Lee Sin could come around here and kick Yasuo into the turret, nah, he's gonna turn away.
I feel a little wary about Morgana getting a little too close to him there.
Yeah.
He said warding the blue buff, maybe hoping to get a little steal, but Vi is going to put a ward there.
And I don't expect Lee Sin to fight over this blue buff. It's not a super high priority for him, since that's not really going to help. It's not going to really help Yasuo in lane. So, though do expect Vi to come around here once she's secured her blue buff and try and contest this blue buff, since that is going to be quite a big deal on for whether or not Morgana can get it.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Oh, exciting.
These teams are really good at catching when their players disconnect. They're really good at pausing the games. They usually pause it before we see the disconnect message.
Yeah, it's showing good communication across the team. So I expect to see both teams start positioning for this first dragon. Both top laners have teleport, so it's going to be a straight up 5v5. Who do you like for this first dragon fight?
Purple is looking really good for this dragon, judging by their kill lead. But I feel that if Yasuo lands his ult with Vi like he did the other game, they'll do pretty well in that dragon pit.
That's true. If they can catch multiple people with the last breath, that's going to be a sizable, well, it's going to be a fairly large amount of damage. Not quite an overwhelming amount if like it would be if there were if Yasuo was able to complete his interesting.
Oh, but they're gonna have a little fight here going on. Able to land the ultimate, but Vi goes down with it. He's flashing over the wall for it. Jarvan ulting into Yasuo, getting the kill.
Yeah, so forget everything I said. They're definitely going to contest that blue buff, because
2 for 1.
that was a good and surprising teleport coming in there from Jarvan. And they do manage to get the buff transfer onto Morgana. So she's going to have a field day there in the mid lane.
Oh, that was a dark binding. I was wondering why Yasuo didn't jump over Jarvan's wall. Morgana just dark binding right inside of Jarvan's cataclysm.
Yeah. And the other thing I really like about this Morgana counterpick to Yasuo is that it sets up Morgana in the place where she absolutely wants to be. You can see she's already started on her Seeker's Arm Guard, and it just gives her a great excuse to rush the Hourglass. That's going to make her team initiations with her Soul Shackles really, really strong. And I'd expect to see that combined with either the Nami Tidal Wave or a Jarvan Catalyst.
Oh, Nami unfortunately missing the bubble. They're going to re-engage. The Ezreal all coming down, getting them pretty low. Nami's all coming down, hitting Corki. He's saying, looking for a kick here. Gonna kick Vi and Corki back. Yasuo coming in though. He'll be able to take down Ezreal, but not before he takes down the Vi. He's gonna go back and ult Nami. Morgana trying to come back in here. Fortunately, cannot do much.
This is such a crazy fight.
He's saying going back in for the attempt at the kills. Can she land that dark binding on Yasuo though?
Wow, what a fight there.
You gotta wind wall the dark binding there.
And that should keep him alive. Yeah. Just insane. Everything being used there. The everyone's ultimate. Knockups coming left and right. Unfortunately, Corki goes down right at the end, being caught out by I believe it was the edge of a auto attack from Morgana. But yeah, at the end of the day, basically everyone dies except the top and mid laners.
Mundo getting in a little bit on Jarvan here.
Yeah,
Does still have his ultimate.
He should feel pretty safe about this, though. Well.
But he's going all in here. Meanwhile, Yasuo coming from the back to give him a little suppressing gank. Mundo taking the damage so that Yasuo can get out safely.
And there was a handy little minion there that allowed Yasuo to dash, even if Jarvan had survived and catch people in the Cataclysm.
Beautiful kills coming out on this bottom lane. Corki, can he get the kill on Ezreal? He does get the double kill on Ezreal. No, he was barely off on the triple kill on Nami. Nami, unfortunately, shutting him down.
Oh, Mom, it's in my room.
Okay, so we've got a 4-0 Morgana. Well, Nami's gonna get chased down, but I think you can forget about what I said about the about whether or not this cheap team is gonna be lacking for damage. I expect this Morgana to just go full on AP.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good comeback for the blue team here.
Yeah.
Mundo having that ult back up again.
Oh yeah, one of the charms of Mundo, his ultimate. I mean, even at level 1 is only on a 70-second cooldown time, so you can, even when you're really low on health, oftentimes it's better to just wait it out for your ultimate to come back up, and it can be kind of demoralizing for your lane opponent to just see them throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at you, only for you to just vamp all
There's
of it
having
back
a
up.
gank here on Mundo, though. He has his ultimate, but he does go down and release in.
Yeah. Early game, Lee Sin is a very good counter to Mundo, since he's got that execute damage coming in from his Q. So that's probably going to be reason enough for Mundo. Yeah, we see him going for an early Giant's Belt Chain Vest. Oh, the flash coming in to dodge the last Q from Yasuo. But
Oh, but the mid lane, Vi is going to get killed here by the Lee Sin. Another kill going over the Lee Sin.
yeah, a successful dive there from Morgana and Lee Sin. They were able, despite Morgana, I think it was Morgana, one of them got assault and batteried, but it wasn't enough with a combined damage of those two being sufficient to finish her off there at the bottom. Interestingly enough, neither team has been able to really get it together and go and secure a dragon. I mean, all of these fights we've seen bottom lane have just been like total like murder fests for both teams. Very few people have survived. Okay, and so looks like everybody's ult is up. I'd expect. I mean, I know I mentioned this before, and we had the crazy fight. Yep, here it goes again. That combo of the Nami tidal wave into True Shot Barrage. Unfortunately, True Shot Barrage I don't think managed to really get a ton of damage. Looks like. Okay. So we got a bit of a lull in the action, as Ping's coming out seeing Yasuo lurking around the blue buff. Okay. Ooh, Lee Sin going in. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie's there to get Corki to safety, but doesn't look like Lee Sin's quite had enough. He's got both. He slows. Oof. And there's the execute.
dragon.
Okay. Man, that black shield doing work, managing to fend off both Yasuo ultimate and the potential assault and battery from Vi. And I think we're getting to the point where Mundo's starting to outscale Jarvan. Ooh. But, okay. Wow, that is some great Yasuo play. I hope you all caught that. That was Yasuo dodging out of the Soul Shackles and still dodging out of the Soul Shackles, waiting out the Black Shield, and still managing to take down a Morgana. Really impressive.
So I just watched that replay because it just came back. It was amazing. That was one of the best things I've ever seen out of like a gold player. That was amazing.
Yeah. All right, got some action here in the bottom lane. It looks like. Okay. So it looks like both. Well. Interesting things going on here with this Ezreal. It looks like he started building a Bloodthirster and then started building a Trinity Force. Or possibly the other way around. I don't know, I just happened to notice this strange kind of split in items. But... yeah, there's a slight gold lead there for Corki, which you'd expect given his 4 kills. But other than that, the Ezreal's managed to keep the gold lead pretty even.
Yeah, the whole game they've been pretty even on CS as well, and they've maintained the CS.
Yeah, I mean, slight gold lead for a cheap, but other than that, we've seen it's just a great back and forth game.
Oh, it's gonna be a pretty good team fight bottom here.
Looks like. I wonder if we'll see the top laners teleport in.
Blue lane is at, blue team, sorry, is at pretty low health though. It'd be pretty risky for them. Corki unfortunately forced to recall here. They're gonna do as much damage as they can while Corki is gone.
Okay, here comes...
Oh, the one-man stun on the blue team. It looks like a fight underneath the turret. Manages to take down 3 members of the blue team. Morgana unfortunately walking right into Corki.
Yeah, but that was an exceptionally well
Teleport coming down for the blue team from Mundo.
I think it's going to
Unfortunately,
be
a little late though.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and cancel it. But that was all set up because Morgana was able to hourglass a ton of damage coming in from Yasuo, and just not what they were expecting. Let's see, I kind of expect the next item coming in here from Morgana to be a Death Cat, but I think it could be equally right to go with some magic penetration and get, say, like a Void Staff. Or perhaps some additional mana. Since she's gone Hourglass, she's kind of bypassed the usual route of getting something like a Chalice into a Fiend's Unholy Grail to give you that good mana regen. I don't know, we'll have to see. Okay.
Mundo gonna be able to secure that top lane turret while Jarvan is away.
That fuzzy wombat, you can't leave him alone for a second. Okay, and we got Yasuo going a little ham here. I don't think he'll be able to.
in right in the Jarvan.
Yeah, that time Jarvan was ready for him, and no amount of fancy footwork was going to get him out of that.
Vi unfortunately cannot hold this.
Nah. Morgana's going to tank a couple turret shots, but she's got the armor to do so. But here's Mundo.
Poketown Corki event.
Okay, it looks like there's going to be a
Dark
kick
Binding
here.
unfortunately does not land on Karma, but the tidal wave coming in, gonna hit Karma. Ezreal's gonna clean up that kill. Meanwhile, Jarvan's gonna go ahead and ult Corki while everybody else cleans it up. Beautiful kills going down at the purple team.
Yeah, that was a really well-timed Cataclysm. Normally not super effective, as we kind of mentioned about being given Corki's ability to just Valkyrie out of it, but it was already used, and as
Say like they are now going to try for a drag, and Vi coming around though might be able to actually not going to be close though.
yeah, I think that's the first dragon of the game.
Yeah,
We
they
haven't-
haven't get.
We haven't really seen teams prioritize dragons very hard in the set of games we've watched tonight.
That was
seem-
the second dragon.
Oh, that's the second one?
Both dragons going over to purple team.
Okay.
They didn't get dragon for a long time though.
Yeah. Though I do think it's important to note the teams we've seen win and accumulate the biggest late game leads are definitely the ones. Maybe that game that we watched, Pinnacle Gaming come back. That might be the only game we saw where a team who didn't get the majority of dragons won. But I think all of the other games have gone in favor of the teams that have been able to control these dragons. Which, I mean, makes sense. You get a lot of global gold from it. In the late game, almost equal to Baron. So, they add up.
Oh yeah, so going on this Sin, but unfortunately not able to knock him up because of that shield. Yasuo's gonna go back in. Yasuo just completely dying. Purple team teleport element in here. Jarvan's gonna go ahead and Cataclysm the Vi, but Vi's gonna go ahead and get away. Meanwhile, Mundo just hammering on. Can they save her? Vi gonna go right into her though. The tidal wave coming down, grabbing Mundo. Mundo's gonna go into fling, but Vi is still a presence right there. Jarvan going back in on the Karma and the Corki. Sloppy but beautiful fight in favor for in favor of both teams. It was a 2-for-2 fight.
Yeah, so I would expect to see this Vamp Scepter on Ezreal get turned into a Blade of the Rune King. Even though it's suffered a little bit of nerfs, and it's not something that you necessarily usually see on an Ezreal, it's going to be an important tool, I think, especially in the late game for dealing with this Mundo, who we've seen, if left unchecked, can definitely get out of hand. It's also going to help versus Vi too, who's been because she's been behind a bit. She's going full tank. Okay, so yeah, and also Morgana definitely opting to go with the Randuin or the Death Cap here. Okay.
Clearing out some wards here.
It's good. We haven't really seen either team really prioritizing Vision too strongly, but now it seems to be on everybody's mind as we get towards that 30-minute mark and when Baron becomes a serious possibility.
Oh yeah, so taking a lot of damage, but negating it all with his wind wall. Morgana unfortunately getting no one, and it's going to go down.
excellent timing from the Corky bomb to get her just.
Oh, the Vi
as she
coming in
out.
and grabbing it. Unfortunately, Yasuo gets knocked out of his ult there. Mundo coming in from the left. Jarvan hopefully going to get to his team before they all die. Unfortunately, the majority of them are going to go down before he even gets there.
Oh, the Cataclysm.
Jarvan
under the
Cataclysm
turret.
coming in, putting people inside of the turret. Unfortunately, they're going to go all in and kill the entire purple team.
Wow, that's a
Yasuo.
5 for 5.
The purple
Or
is
5
getting
for
a
0.
perfect triple kill.
Yep. And it looks like they've got the confidence to just push push this inhibitor. I expect them to back out after this. Might be a little bit different if they say had like a Mundo ultimate up, or it's a little bit later in the game. But yeah, this is the second game we've watched tonight. Just a great comeback. Okay, and so blue team's managed to not a ton of wards going on around Baron. It looks like these teams are more concerned about the bottom lane and Dragon, as they've got the majority of members down here. I guess Cheap doesn't quite have the damage, but I would love to see... Oh no, never mind. There's a blue ward in the Dragon Pit. I was gonna say it would be a sweet move to try and sneak a Baron. Wow!
Vi getting that beautiful ult off.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, cannot tidal wave out of that.
Oh, and here's the Mundo.
It's like they're going to go into the base. Yasuo getting kicked out. But he's going to be persistent. He's going to, unfortunately, not knock up anybody. He was very close to it, though.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, and that's an excellent time to not get caught. I mean, you never really want to get caught, but
Oh, looks like they're actually going to counter.
Oh my god,
a
a
beautiful
5
stun
chain.
coming down to Morgana. Sending 3 people. She's going to zone his hourglass. Jarvan manages to get 3 people, but 2 of them escape into his cataclysm. Another kill going down for Ezreal. Mundo still in the back doing what he pleases, but unfortunately goes down to that Ezreal.
Yeah, we're seeing the power of late game Ezreal here. He's able to just teleport, or not teleport. What the heck is that move called? Arcane Shift and kite an entire team while his Jarvan and Morgana and Lee Sin all run frontline interference for him. Okay. Great Nami bubble coming in and catching on to Vi, and it looks like
Vi-
she's going down. She
Here's Omen, but don't think she can get out of this one. Lee Sin kicks right into her. Vi goes back with Nami. Fortunately,
No.
cannot make anything out of that.
So that's a good answer from Cheap.
It's a
No,
really intense game here.
Yeah,
Cheap doing amazing fights.
Just
as long as
great.
Morgana.
great back and forth.
Again, when they line Morgana and Jarvan's going to completely wreck through.
Yeah, the damage coming in from the multi-person soul shackle, just preposterous. But I mean, but at the same time, we've seen in the previous game, and we're seeing in this one what a 3-item Yasuo can do, which is nothing to frown at yourself. So I actually think I like the late game team comp from Cheap here a little bit more. I think we're getting to the point where Corky starts to plateau, and then then start to go down in capabilities a little bit, whereas Ezreal's definitely just gonna keep coming. I mean, they've got that Mundo. Ooh, great Dark Binding.
Beautiful Dark Binding right there. The Nami wave, unfortunately, not hitting anyone.
There's the
Amazing
knockup.
team fight right here. Purple
Yeah.
team taking it down a lot of the blue team right now. Mundo just trying to get away here. Unfortunately, only get 2 people out of that. So hopefully can land a perfect ult here. It really helped Dark Binding coming down on him now. Can use the wall to block the Ezreal Qs.
There's just so much kiting power coming out of this cheap team. Whereas Mundo didn't really have anything to stop him in the previous game. He's got bubbles, he's got dragon kicks, he's got dark bindings. He's got a lot of things that can keep him from getting to that God, what is this is so annoying? Ezreal. Looks like they're gonna try and wait and hope somebody just wanders into this bush. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Usually they're going to recall they're sitting on a bit of gold here.
Okay. So I expect this Blasting Wand on Morgana to get turned into a... that's probably going to be a Void Staff. I definitely like the Moro Melonomicon. Moro Melonomicon, whatever the hell you say that item, pick here. It got a recent buff in the last patch, so now it gives 10 more ability power, making it a little bit more substantive late game. And it functions pretty well, both as a way to keep Mundo off of coming back should he get chunked out. And it counters a little bit of the Yasuo sustain, taking some of the oomph out of that Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Looks like Cheap's gonna start warding up the Baron area a little bit more, though they don't have quite as much control as maybe they should hope to get. Looks like they're gonna try and get this middle inhibitor first.
Purple team getting a lot of health here.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they're not in a position where they can be just bursted down by the Yasuo Vi combo. Looks like they're gonna try and bait the Baron. The deadly Baron bait. Yeah.
Wow, blue team coming over here actually throws it. Actually gets a dark binding out. Beautiful set of ultimates here.
Yeah, those soul chains are gonna... Soul Shackles catches multiple people.
Really
in the-
beautiful team fight. Mundo doing what he pleases. Still is alive. Yet
But-
again, the backline fleeing.
I mean, yeah,
Oh, but
just...
Ezreal bringing down the Corki. Purple team signaling their teammates fall back from the Mundo.
Yeah.
Go for the turret.
They're not going to be able to chase him down. But in similar fashion, the blue team is just unable to find an answer to this very annoying Ezreal. It's just popping all over the place as he was able to chase down Corki there. Really using his arcane shift to full advantage. Especially against these auto attack champions, or these melee auto attack champions of Yasuo and Vi. I expect unless Vi can get a assault and battery onto Ezreal, these fights are gonna keep going in Cheap's favor. Because there's just not a real great answer to it. He can just get away from all of the damage that JTPLZ can put down. Okay. Alright, and it looks like the blue buff's gonna go over to our
They're gonna walk through the purple ward there. Purple team might start collapsing on this dragon if they can get there in time. Tidal wave coming out from Nami. Purple team manages to actually slay the dragon. Whole bunch of AoE ultimates coming out. Morgana able to stun 2 people here. Blue team trying to turn around. Vi goes down, unfortunately. Now they're converging on Mundo and Corki.
Holy cow! Look how big that shield was from the black shield was like half of Ezreal's health. I mean,
Corki and Karma doing a great job at staying in the back while their team fight goes out. A little escape from almost every single one of these team fights so far.
yeah, the problem is they're just not bringing enough damage to the fight.
Trying to go back on Corki, but there's Mundo. They might take down Mundo finally. Lee Sin just trying to get past Mundo to be able to kick him, but they're going to bring it on anyway.
Yeah, Ezreal with a red buff is a difficult beast to slay.
Death timer's getting really long now.
Yeah, Mundo's out for 50 seconds. That's probably going to be a middle inhibitor. Though, wow, the wave, something you can say for this blue team is they have fantastic wave clear. Able to just, oh, yeah, Jarvan, you don't want to be there.
Purple team hopefully can get back. Jarvan using his Omen.
Yeah, and luckily his Banshee's Veil just coming up there too, so even if Yasuo was able to get a knockup on him, it would still be blocked.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright. Weirdly enough, the blue buff is gonna go on to Yasuo. I mean, I guess he can use that cooldown to his advantage. But I think it may have be able to be used a little bit better if he had just given that blue buff up to Corki, so he can spam his rockets a little bit more effectively. But c'est la vie. Interesting choice here. Corki's getting a Warden's Mail for his defensive item. I'm interested to see what he turns that into. Perhaps a... yeah, I don't really know. Normally, I think that most AD carries either go for the Banshee's Veil or go for the Guardian Angel as their defensive item, but
So purple team's gonna kill most of these wards and collapse around Baron. Blue team though really close with Mundo pushing the bottom turret.
oh,
Mundo
that's true.
does have teleport.
This puts Cheap in an interesting dilemma. I mean, they can afford to lose one turret in this dance around Baron, but definitely they don't want to really be put in a position where they have to trade an inhibitor.
They might have to.
Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a base race. Well, a race to get as many inhibitors here as possible. Here comes the Jarvan.
Jarvan gonna run in there. Unfortunately, cannot.
Aw. Wow, what an engagement.
Amazing
from Lee
ults
Sin.
coming down there. You go for the front line, meanwhile on the back line, Morgana just stunning down Corki and Vi. By trying to run away, manages to get away. Mundo also very low health. Corki
How?
completely getting down Ezreal. Now going for Morgana. Morgana's gonna fall.
What
As well
a
as Nami.
turnaround. That's
What a
game.
turnaround game. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Holy
Yeah.
fudge, dude.
Yeah.
That was
Someone
GG, man.
give that Yasuo
Wow.
a raise.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
Yasuo needs to get out, get in the LCS. Have a good day. Goodbye.
What a fantastic semifinal game there, ladies and gentlemen. That is your semifinal winner, Team Kin Asukira. I don't know. If they win, I'll definitely learn how to say their names in finals. But they're going up to face their opponents, who are going to be YOLO City Central. That's going to be they're meeting in the final round. Of course, Cheap is going to go. They're not quite done. They're going to go and meet Vaginal Intercourse. They're in the bronze match and fight it out for third place. But we're going to be right back here in just a moment with your final match of the evening. This is Abers broadcasting you the Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Tournament here with my fellow shoutcaster Greg. And yeah, I mean, what can you say about that last game? Holy cow!
Yeah, we've seen two amazing comebacks tonight. They're absolutely. That was absolutely amazing. They're behind 10, 15 kills the whole game, and they managed to pull it out there at the last couple minutes. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, just a couple bad skill shots there or a couple bad ultimates there from. Really, I really don't even know what the hell just happened. I saw that Morgana only got her soul shackles onto one person, and they were able to get out of it. But yeah,
They got
wow.
behind Mundo really low. If I was down to 28 health, Mundo was down to 230. They got him really low.
Were they just not able to heal up in the fountain, and they just came into the team fight low from fighting Baron?
Yeah, they were all. Ezreal and Nami were both at about 75, 80 health percent.
All right, so we should be getting this last matchup here as soon as possible. I'm gonna go run and take a. Well, no, I should be okay. I'll stick with you right into the end. But man, what a game! Yeah, Ezreal managed to get. They just managed to do everything they needed to do, and managed to get cheap to miss some of their key. And split up in a very ineffective manner. Right, the Ezreal ended up being unprotected. The Morgana was unable to lock everybody up. Jarvan went in a little bit too soon, and just that Yasuo came through like a hurricane. It was just able to pick people off. It was crazy.
That was crazy damage from Yasuo and Vi.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more action.
Well, we shall see if they can pull that kind of stuff in the finals for first place.
Yeah, yep. I mean, with that extra ride points and the triumphant Rise skin on the line, they're gonna have their work cut out for them against this YOLO City Central team. And you should get that underway in just a moment. In the meanwhile, if you're enjoying the stream and enjoying our illustrious commentary, go ahead and hit subscribe there and show us a little love there for the Not So Stock Gaming. Also, you should go ahead and head over to the Not So Stock Gaming .ca website. You can check out all of our future tournaments. We're hosting semi-pro, amateur, and open tournaments all throughout the month of June. And on top of that, we've got some exciting additional features, such as the featured streaming area, where you can check out some of our very own streamers who are doing great work all the time, every time. You've also got You've also got our Team Finder function, which allows you to get into the action, find an amateur or semi-pro team, or if you're looking to start one, you and some of your friends maybe need a support, maybe need a mid laner, jungler, whatever. We can post that for you and help put you in contact with the people necessary to set up your own team and join us here in these games. So I got the invite here for the next game. Unfortunately, it's full. So as soon as either we're gonna boot somebody or they're just gonna start the game, and I'm just going to spectate here off of old Dark Corps. All right, but I expect in the next game we're gonna see that Yasuo banned, because that's 2 games in a row we've just seen him turn around some insane team fights and just decimate people. I mean, he's got some great support there with his team, and obviously that Karma and in the first game Caitlyn. Second game, Corki, both doing good work keeping their lane opponents down. But, I mean, Jesus. That Yasuo.
Yeah, the game did not look good for Blue Side in the beginning, but they managed to turn around with that amazing Yasuo ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I think that
Oh, Draven.
I think that counter pick was an excellent move. It was going pretty. It was the Morgana counter pick was working pretty well. I mean, there is one team fight where one 1v1 fight where Yasuo was able to avoid all of the stuff or all of the disengage from Morgana and still activate his ultimate and still get off the necessary damage. But other than that, it was mostly going in favor of Morgana, with her being able to land those dark bindings, stop him from doing all of his crazy jumps around and dashes. Oh, hey, we are now joined by Dark Corps.
Alright guys,
man,
we couldn't
full
get
man.
Abers into the spectate slot here, so we're just going to have me casting this little bit here, and then once we're through delay they will be joining us once again. So we do see a Yasuo ban come out nice and early, though we said they would not do it. The Yasuo ban does come out, followed by a Thresh ban on the purple side. I'm just going to double check these team names. Looks like YOLO City Central is on the blue side, with Team Kinasukira on the purple side. And I need to mute this stream in the background before I go crazy. Alright. So, still just the 2 bans, guys. YOLO City Central banning out Caitlyn next. That's probably a target ban there, because Caitlyn is not a standard meta ban by many standards.
Yeah, we saw the JTPLZ team have to switch to a Corki as their second pick instead of Caitlyn, and it was a little bit less impactful. Still pretty good, but yeah, didn't dominate the lane in the same way that the Caitlyn did.
So the Caitlyn is definitely a targeted ban there, followed by an Evelyn ban from, I gotta double check those names again, Team Kinasukira, and a Vi ban from YOLO City Central. Waiting on that 6th ban now. Shouldn't be too long here. Got 7 seconds to lock that in.
So is the Yasuo being left up?
No, Yasuo was the first ban out there, and Kassadin is the last ban here. So we have from YOLO City Central, Yasuo, Caitlyn, and Viban, followed by the Thresh, Evelynn, and Kassadin on Team Kinasukura. We have champions being locked in awfully fast here. Braum is first picked by YOLO City Central, with Kaelin Jax being locked in. Not two champions you see left open very often in a tournament.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, I was just about to say, they did not ban the Jax that we've seen ban every game so far.
Yes, we will
So,
get to see a Jax play. Alright, we're gonna see Nocturne and Varus locked in here, potentially. Nocturne's still not quite locked, but he's not changing it for anything, so it's a potential pick now. 4 seconds to go. It's gonna leave that unlocked without switching, and Nocturne is finalized. So we've got Braum, Nocturne, and Varus, so the bottom lane chosen on YOLO City Central with their jungler. And we have the mid and top showing for Team Kinasukura with that Kaelin Jax picked, with a J4 now showing and a Twitch.
I really like that Nocturne Braum combo, with Braum being able to either initiate for Nocturne to come in with Paranoia using his ultimate, or follow Nocturne through the Paranoia by using Stand Aside to jump in right with Nocturne immediately onto enemy champions. I've seen that combo used pretty effectively.
I'm actually surprised that they did pick Twitch. Braum can block that spray and pray pretty effectively.
That is a good point. The Braum shield there, he's always going to have issues with the ranged attacks, assuming that Braum can't get into position in time with his... I forget the name of that skill, guys. Someone help me out here.
Unbreakable Forest.
No, his when he jumps to his ally.
Oh, Stand Aside.
Stand
Yeah,
aside,
yeah.
there we go. If he can time his stand aside in there with Unbreakable Force, he can do a lot of protection for that Varus and stop a lot of Twitch's damage. We've got Malphite and Orianna locked in here as well. No, the Orianna switches for an Annie. I misspoke there. And again, I do apologize, I'm a little quiet, guys. Breaking in a new headset. Could have it plugged in a little bit weird. Might be some volume issues. I did sound okay from my end. I thought we were doing alright. But a Fiddlestick showing.
Yay!
Hey, Brad, the only one happy about that.
A lot of OP champions on the purple side here with Kayle, Jax, Jar4, Twitch, and oh, Fiddlesticks is switched out for a Karma. Almost got to see a Fiddlestick support there.
Close.
It unfortunately took a big hit when the Riot decided to change Fear to like 2.5 seconds instead of 3.
No, they changed it so the fear they run away.
Support
instead
pick
of
not
running
getting
away.
locked in. Karma's switched out for Morgana now. We'll see what he decides to finalize.
Nothing.
Ends up being a Morgana pick. And we're into the phase where they have 60 seconds to lock in their masteries and runes, and then we'll get into 3-minute spectator delay. So we're going to pass this back over to Abers and Greg.
Hi, Abers, hi.
Hey there. I think we're still a couple of seconds away from being able to actually get in on these, see these teams, but
We're able to spectate the game that he's in once the 3-minute thing goes down on the chat
Yeah,
champion selecting.
okay.
I'm actually surprised with some of the blue team picks over there. Mainly with the fact that Braum has Ignite, which is a It turned out pretty effective for them.
I like Ignite on Braum. I think it gives him a little bit more offensive power. I mean, other than his passive, he doesn't have as many offensive capabilities as one might hope from their AD carry. Not to mention, he's got I don't really know if he needs exhaust. His passive functions pretty well in a similar capacity. And he's also got he doesn't really need heal either, since his main thing is being able to provide defensive stats for his team. So I think that's a good choice. Who's the Braum paired up with? Is that the Varus lane?
Varus, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think that's definitely a necessity when you're running Varus, a champion who's got great poke and great CC, but doesn't have any built-in escapes or ways to really reposition himself. So the fact that Braum can come in and give him a bunch of peel is going to be pretty helpful.
I'm pretty surprised that Malphite did not run teleport. Usually I like seeing the Malphite teleport into ult combo.
Oh yeah, that can be pretty oppressive if he's able to hit those in multiple people, just kind of come out of nowhere and get that unstoppable force down with his ultimate, get the knock up, and really turn team fights around, especially those early game ones that tend to cultivate around the Baron or the dragon. We haven't really seen as many of those as I would have expected, especially given the changes to Dragon. They made it so that the early dragons are actually worth more gold than they were before, and then they made it so that the per level dragons is a little bit less. So I'm a little surprised that the teams aren't kind of prioritizing that a little bit more in the early game to give them a better a better kind of gold lead over their opponents. But I mean, it's to each his own. I mean, these teams definitely have been coming in with pretty effective strategies.
Good luck with that, dude.
Can we have spectate game, please? All right, I can spectate the game. And here we go.
And then I spectate you spectating the game.
All right, so we're about to bring you the finals round of this Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Tournament. Thank you for being with us. I know it's getting kind of late here. Hopefully you can fall asleep to the sound of our soothing voices.
I think you're scaring them off. You gotta hear the sound of our soothing voices.
Ooh. Yeah, this is smooth jazz. WNUA.
Welcome to 95.6 Smooth Jazz.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Done. We're done. We're sorry.
All right. So I haven't seen the mid lane Annie in a while. I do like that. I do think that she's pretty powerful, and it's been kind of forgotten a little bit since people kind of stopped running support Annie after the nerfs to her stun and upfront damage, or not her upfront damage, but her damage with prior to getting some items. I am interested to see how this Twitch Morgana lane goes. I think you make a great point that Braum ends up as a pretty good counter to the Twitch Rat-a-tat-tat, but I think Twitch might be able to get around that if they're able to get some effective roams on.
Definitely. The thing that I think is, even if Braum is able to block that rat-a-tat-tat. All Morgana has to do is stun him in place. Twitch casually goes around and continues to spray and whatever's rat-a-tat-tat. Every time I want to say spray and pray, dude. Every time.
It was a pretty good name there for the skill, but hey, Riot's gonna do what Riot's gonna do. So let's see.
I knew a friend, and it was one of the funniest games I ever played. Played as Twitch, and there was you chased a dude into a minion wave, and he shot one on the left, one on the right. And our joke for the longest time was one on the left, one on the right. It was it was fine. I'm done.
30 seconds.
That was our team. That was our team thing. We would say.
I'm intrigued to see how this Kayle Annie matchup goes. Because in theory, Kayle can put intervention on herself and block a lot of the Annie burst, but in reality, it oftentimes happens so fast that if you're not just lightning quick with that Alt R, you're not going to be able to do it in time to stop yourself from getting stunned, and that may be enough. Especially if combined with like a Malphite, Unstoppable Force, or a Nocturne coming in with a Fear Tether, to just take out the Kayle before she can really intervention and save herself. Though we've got a T-Bun pointing out the terrifying combo of Kayle ult on Jax to just make him invincible for a short period of time and just do horrible damage and horrible things to your team. I'm interested to see how this top lane goes. I suspect it'll be in favor of Malphite, given Malphite's ability to get long-range harass off, as we're kind of seeing, though. I don't know how long he'll be able to keep that up. Well, fairly long. He got a number of mana potions and started with a crystalline flask. So that's gonna keep him supplied for mana for a bit. Let's see whether or not.
And taking a lot of damage in their mid lane.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the Kayle.
Wow. That was amazing damage coming out for the Kayle.
Yeah, great job getting that Q in to finish the job there on Annie. We got some good trades going on in the top lane, but it looks like Malphite's still getting kind of the better end, though. Level lead here for Jax.
Yeah, like you were saying, Annie has great burst potential.
But so does Kayle.
I was going to say that Kayle can ult and like block some of the damage, but Annie's burst happens so fast. You're stunned, and then she just completely wails on you. You can't get your ult off.
Yeah, that was really the demise of support Annie was really what brought Morgana back into the mainstream, since Annie was one of the few people who could get around the Black Shield and still have a stun and initiation, because unless you're like one of the elite top playing Morganas, you're just not fast enough to block the teddy bear coming in. Ooh, great gank.
Another gank coming in on Annie. She has no flash right now. Another kill going in for that Kayle.
Yeah, that was exceptional jungling, where you keep track of those summoner spells and just punish the use of those early flashes. Okay, so Nocturne's gonna come in here. He's gonna be able to Shroud of Darkness off some of the damage, but
Jack's getting a little bit hurt in the top lane there. Getting a little damage going on to him.
yeah, that Granite Shield I think is doing a pretty good job absorbing a lot of the poke that Jax wants to put on, and I wonder if actually Malphite's gonna be gonna all in him here. He does have Ignite,
Up,
yeah, there
yep,
we
he
see
has
it.
Ignite. He's going
And-
to take Jax down here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it looks like we got ourselves another great back and forth game. Unstoppable force coming through on Braum.
Dude,
Um,
Jarvan trying to kill Malphite up there, unfortunately, is not able to. Braum getting a Q on Morgana, but Morgana getting a Q back on the Braum. Braum goes down. Twitch.
Ooh.
Nice kill there.
So one of the things we're seeing, Braum can block a lot of the Twitch damage, but he can't really stop him or stop Twitch from stacking that poison passive on him. And it
Yeah,
seems like
definitely.
that's really kind of taking its toll over the course of these trades.
Jarvan going around on Annie. Annie does have her stun, but she's really weak. Kale using the intervention on herself.
Oh,
Does eat one last turret shot though.
yeah, I think
Unfortunately, not able to get out of that.
it looked like she thought that she was outside of the turret range and was just inside of it. Meanwhile, oh, great
Oh,
unstoppable.
Malphite
force.
ulting Jax, completely destroying him up in the top lane.
Yeah, gonna get that last auto attack in before Jax can ward hop to safety.
Kale is going to be scary though if she starts roaming bottom.
This
She's
is true.
3-1 right now.
Yeah, and she's
Okay.
already starting to get ability power. Let's see, Fiendish Codex. Oh, that's gonna be turned into the Nashor's Tooth, because that's
Yeah,
the other
definitely.
half of the stinger. Sorry, it's been a bit of a long evening, and my knowledge of items is starting to wane. But yeah, definitely that's going into a Nashor's Tooth. How's this bottom lane going? Twitch. So, despite the one kill put on Twitch, he still managed to.
Braum using that in beside me to negate some of the damage from Twitch and Morgana.
Yeah, and as we saw there, you basically are forced to. Braum was able to get his passive onto both members, and
Showing
he
a little bit of light on Twitch there, but Nocturne using his ult to go all in. Gonna get the kill on Twitch, can they get the kill on Morgana? Gonna have to back away from that one.
That's a good job from Nocturne securing the kill, since that would have definitely been a double kill, but unfortunately Varus missed his Chains of Corruption.
Kale doing a lot of damage to that mid lane turret.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you here, T-Bun. T-Bun says, I have to say this Kale is doing a good job of using Annie, mentally knowing her advantages with disadvantages, timing her flash, map awareness, etc. 100% agree. This Kale is just being totally dominant and using her lane bully advantage. I think it might have been a little bit more problematic for her if Annie had been able to get any sort of lead over Kale, but yeah, Kale is just in the driver's seat in this lane. She's just gonna keep pushing this lane in, getting a bunch of farm, and I agree with you. I'd expect to see a roam bottom here pretty soon. Yeah, there's Tibbers, and it's not gonna be. Ooh,
Kale getting
little trouble,
below,
but
you're able to flash over the wall there.
great.
Jarvan getting a little close to Annie.
Yeah, she's just gonna stick Tivers in there, which is gonna be a nice extra 50 gold there for Jarvan as he smites the evil bear down. All right, boom.
Little stun going out there on Braum.
As Jarvan's gonna just drag and drop away in the mid lane from the fear tether that Nocturne put on him. Though speaking of lane
Oh,
dominance,
ultimate on to the Jax. The Jax
one more auto attack.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's gonna get out with a
Jax going to make it out alive.
sliver of health.
He'll
But
make it out alive with about 80 health in the end.
this is a spicy a move here by the Malphite, going double Dorian's rings into Fiendish Codex.
You know, on bot lane, Varus ults Twitch, and then Braum follows up with his ult. Gonna bring down the Twitch, but unfortunately, Varus is gonna go down as well. Meanwhile, the Dark Binding going down on Braum. Braum might actually go down here. Unfortunately, gets the stun and the slowdown on Morgana to stop her from getting him.
Yeah. That Braum passive. So aggravating. Okay. And it looks like both of our AD carries are rushing the Blade of the Rune King. Which normally you might not see with Varus, but I like a lot, since that additional attack speed is going to synergize very well with the Braum passive and ensure that you can get a lot more auto attacks and getting those Braum stuns in, using that to the max effect. Not to mention the additional damage that what the heck is that skill called? The Blight Quiver is gonna proc even more.
Oh, but the Nocturnal coming back onto Varus for a counter engage. Looks like Twitch is gonna go down, but Twitch is Twitch is gonna go down, looking for the kill on Morgana, but Morgana just a little too fast.
That was too bad. Right there, what we saw was the Twitch nerfs coming into play. Prior to this most recent patch, Twitch probably would have gotten away from that, but they've changed it so when Twitch is taking damage, it takes 6 seconds instead of 3 in order for you to go invisible. But we've got 3 people in top, and Jax is finally going to get some help taking down
three
this
of the
turret.
purple team in top lane, but meanwhile, while they do that and take that turret, blue team has already slain the dragon while they go top.
Yeah, that's a pretty worth trade. As we can see, there's less than 1,000 gold difference between the two teams. And this is turning out to be a very good and even match.
Oh, Morgana getting the ult off on both Braum and Varus. Twitch not able to get down. He does manage to get down Varus. Can he get Braum now? Dark Binding gonna come out and hit Braum.
Oof.
Might be able to get him. Meanwhile, Annie coming around. They better be careful. It
Yeah.
manages to get away from Annie. It was absolutely beautiful.
Luckily for them, Tibbers was not available. Otherwise,
Played
that
by the bottom lane.
yeah, oh yeah. And as you may have noticed, Twitch was able to avoid the knockups from Braum's stun because of a very timely black shield from Midnight Meat, baby. I'm really intrigued to see where this Malphite chooses to go with his AP Malphite build.
Yeah, definitely. Jace is getting a little hurt by the Malphite there. Malphite ults Jace. Gonna bring down
Look at
Jace
that damage.
really quick. Actually, Kayle did not have her ult there.
A little bit of a bait there from Malphite as Tibbers is up. So I think he was hoping that
Kayle does have her ult though. She
yeah,
might
oh,
actually. She's gonna.
Okay.
Wow, she can't even get the ult off due to the stun from Annie. Beautiful
Yeah.
play.
Been destroyed.
so that's where this Annie pick is really gonna shine. But she's still a ways. She's still about a half an item behind the Kayle, and a kill and a death behind as well. Looks like they're gonna back away and respect the damage and engage potential here from
Mid
Urban.
mid purple turret falling, thus making them even in turrets so far.
Yeah, this is such a great back and forth game. As soon as one team takes an advantage, the other team is right back there to answer. Though this bottoms lane's gotta be a little bit careful, because here comes Nocturne, and Paranoia is up, and there is no turret for them to retreat from. As you see Braum going there to make sure that the ward is clear. Ruh-roh. And Nocturne's just gonna walk it in. He doesn't even need Paranoia. Though, good black shield there to dissuade him from thinking about going in. And it looks like both Braum and Varus are going to be just happy to farm it out.
This is one of the most even games in the night.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, but the ultimate going down on Morgana with Malphite right there. He does get the Dark Binding off. Does manage to get the ultimate off. Malphite ulting the Twitch, but
His team is here.
Jarvan and Kale ready to fight. Varus coming in from the left. Gonna manage to get the ult off on Kale. Kale does not have their ultimate. Does not look good for the purple team. Braum manages to
Snipe.
land that ultimate on Twitch as well as Annie's Tivers. That was a 0 for 4 trade there for blue team. It
Yeah.
surely has swing the tide a little, dragging up in 1 minute.
Yeah, the one piece of silver lining they've got is that trade did manage to give Jax some time to free farm this top lane, though he's still quite a ways away from this very impressive 4-0-2 Malphite. I'm not sure I agree with this Kale build. It looks like she's going directly into the Hurricane, which is normally good if you can guarantee that you're going to be able to survive in the backline, because it allows you to apply the Kale passive to up to 3 members of the enemy team in team fights. But as we've seen, the issue for Kale isn't really is much more whether or not she's going to be alive long enough in team fights in order to get her stuff going. So I would prefer to see probably a second item death cap on her for a bit more, or even if not a death cap, the magic damage item that comes out of Sheen.
Lichbane?
Lichbane, yeah. For a little bit more burst and potential to just remove someone and get her damage combo out pretty fast.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially since she's maxing Reckoning first, which is her Q, and gives that.
Twitch
that
coming out of the bush on Varus and Braum, hoping to catch him out, but it looks like Braum is ready. Braum's ult goes down on Twitch. Not look good for the blue team. Nocturne is not there to back him up. Varus forced to flee, but is not going to make it far.
Yeah, he's going the
Braum
wrong
trying
way,
to get
too.
away, manages to get away.
They've got a spooky Nocturne here with double buff that should at least be able to provide some good wave clear.
Dragon is up, but Malphite and Annie are both roaming towards it.
Mm.
It's going to look a little iffy if Annie manages to land her ult.
Oh god, yeah,
And
this
Malphite,
is,
this is going to be...
I
Oh,
think this is
God.
a little ill-advised.
Oh, but they're going to
okay.
be able to...
Woo!
Blue team takes the dragon. Braum manages to block the damage from Twitch, but Twitch is going to be able to get Braum due to his passive. It was an amazing turnaround for the blue team.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Annie had just used Tibbers. Otherwise, that would have
Yeah,
just been
definitely.
a clean kill, probably like a 4 for 0. But even so, the 2 for 1 with the support dying in exchange for the enemy jungler and AD carry, definitely not a trade they're afraid to make.
Various looking to take down this turret a little bit.
And he's got the attack speed to do it. Looks to be building.
A whole,
Thank-
the 3 members of the team coming after him though. They do not like him there. He's poking the behind.
Looks like it's going to be a second item Shadow Dancer. For
Trying
Varys.
to clear a little bit of wards in their jungle there.
Whereas I think Twitch is going second item Static Shiv.
Malphite ulting the Jax, knocked her right there to follow him up.
And Malphite has just been.
Engages from Jarvan, but Annie's coming around the back here. Does have her stunned. And they don't have Tibber. Meanwhile, Varys and Kayle battle it out in the mid lane. Kale's gonna dodge the Varys ult, gonna bring him down. Braum is gonna try to do what he can. Kayle is gonna ult. Twitch is going to bring down Braum. Using dodges
great
by
back
Kayle,
and
but
forth.
the entire blue team is coming around at her.
Alright, we're gonna get a quick break. Okay, so I'm glad because this will give me a chance, as T-Bun's pointing out, to talk about this AP Malphite, which is definitely not something that we see every day. He rushed the Athene's Unholy Grail, which is, I think, best. The best 2 things that we can say about this item is as T-Bun pointed out, is the cooldown. It's going to give him 20% cooldown, a little bit of ability power, a little even less magic resist, some mana regen, but the 15% maximum mana on kill and assist is actually going to be pretty relevant, considering this Malphite has more than 50% kill participation. He's 9 out of 16 kills he's participated in, so, and is still yet to die. Just go in beast mode. Alright, so, and that is a second item Hurricane for Kayle. Hopefully she'll be able to avoid Annie. Just avoid running into Annie. Which could be possible, right? She's got the Jarvan to go ahead and peel for her. It's interesting, though, that both Kayle and Twitch opt in to go for the heavy farm items. The Static Shiv.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I might prefer the Ghost Blade here on Twitch, if he's gonna, since it gives him much better assassination potential in terms of synergizing with his oh yeah, they see that Twitch coming. But it synergizes a lot better with his ultimate. And it also covers the attack, or the
Doctor
movement
popping
speed.
is all trying to get the Kayle. They managed to get the Kayle down. Meanwhile, the entire purple team rotating towards the mid lane. Jax trying to do what he can against, hold off his turret. Well, Jarvan's gonna go around. He's gonna leap onto the entire team. Twitch is rat-a-tat-tat, just bringing down the entire blue team.
Yeah, that was a excellent Cataclysm to just hold everyone in place while they just have to eat shot after shot from Twitch. And they're gonna let the Malphite slink away, but he definitely has to go with his tail between his legs. Okay. Red buff's gonna be secured onto Varys. Alright,
Purple
and that's-
team actually getting a turret from all that.
Yeah, and
Still even on turrets.
also, importantly, out of that exchange, Jax was able to get 2 more kills. Yeah, definitely agree. As T-Bun sees the exact same thing. One of the things that's been very lackluster this game has been the Jax, and hopefully those kills will give him a little bit more oomph, securing his Blade of the Rune King, and helping him on the way to getting that second item where he really starts to get that power spike. Generally, it's gonna be a Triforce. All right. Okay, ping's coming out here on the dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was hearing in chat and from some friends that it was a bit off. They're saying now it's gotten better, but
Are we giving previews or are we lagging?
we're saying what we're saying, like, oh, she just died, and then she dies.
Okay, nice. I like to think that we just have magic powers and can see the future. Good escape there from Jax.
Oh, Nocturne's all coming down. Jarvan getting amazing ult onto the blue team. Unfortunately, Malphite ulting an amazing ult on all 4 of the back line. Again, Twitch's Rat-a-tat-tat just bringing down the entire blue team. And he left the only one alive. And he's trying to do what she can. Twitch gets an amazing double kill right there.
Yeah.
Aces
Yeah.
the entire enemy team in a very, very intense fight right there.
That Jarvan Twitch combo is just being used to devastating
Yeah,
effect
definitely.
here.
Absolutely.
There's even a good kind of counter engage there from Malphite, who was able to hit multiple people with his unstoppable force after Jarvan cataclysmed and then flashed out to keep everybody there, but it just wasn't enough. This Twitch damage
Yeah, I think
is
it's
just,
good now.
just ferocious.
Okay,
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to make sure we weren't saying like things 30 seconds before or something like that, where you guys would hear exactly what happened and then you would see it. That would be pretty awkward in a team fight.
So this is interesting. The third item, Haunting Guise, coming on Kayle. I mean, it's gonna give her. I guess it's not something I usually see, but it's definitely not the worst, right? It's gonna give her magic penetration, synchronized as well with her sorceries or with her boots. Though, nah, I just don't think that she needs that. The magic penetration not gonna be that much more helpful when compared with the amount of magic resist and armor shred that she's already applying because of her passive. I really think I would prefer some more either ability power with the with a death cap or more burst coming out and synergizing with her willingness to just spam moves with the Lichbane. I don't know. I mean, I was skeptical of this build before, so and she seemed to work out all right in the last. Yeah, no, I mean, I get you. I get the percentage burn, but I just don't think that's gonna deal as much damage across the board as if she had just gone for one of those other AP items. And there's not really a good. Well, okay. Okay. There are 2 tank people, so.
Jack's trying to get this Varus, but very nice moves by cutting by Varus. Problem, but luckily Jax gets that from. He gets the ult from Kale. Kale able to take down them with the help of Twitch. Jarvan ulting into Varus. Fortunately, there's going to be Nocturne, Malphite, and Annie there to back them up.
Jax needs to send
Nocturne's
that
gonna
Kale
go
through
all for
basket.
isolation, but there's 4 of them there as Nocturne ults in, able to get Jarvan before falling himself. A nice, nice 4 for 2.
Or 4 for 2?
4 for 1. I'm sorry, I thought Jax died there. Luckily, he's still alive.
No. Yeah, he. Oh wow, he managed to. Oh, I think he went back and.
He went back
teleported.
teleported, yes.
Yeah. But that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game. As we see, this game is just so close. It keeps swinging back and forth, but yeah, we need to see Annie asserting herself a little bit more in these team fights. Because as of now, there's not really an answer for this Kale coming through with her bros. So I don't really know how effective this build is, but it ends up being really cool. The one that Nocturne's doing, which is the combination of the Ravenous Hydra and the Spirit of the Lizard Elder. Because of the way the Spirit of the Lizard Elder works, it makes it so every rat, not only does every auto attack hit or proc the Spirit of the Lizard Elder, but also your AoE damage from Ravenous Hydra also actually procs it. So you're able to get and clear waves just absurdly fast, not to mention when you dive into the middle of the enemy team, you're able to get that that true damage onto multiple members. And I don't really know if it's actually better than just going full tank here, but I mean, it's cool interaction. I mean, it's no Spirit of the Lizard Elder on Yorick, where you can actually make his zombies proc the passive, but I mean, we can't have Yorick jungle every game. That would just be silly. Alright, so talk to me about what you think Blue Team needs to do to get back in this game.
If Blue Team lines up that Malphite, Braum, Annie ult, I really think they have a chance. I would totally think that Varus should probably Q, hopefully hit both of those Banshee Veils down, and they should go completely all in with that team comp. And just hope, because Jax is top right now. Right now, I would go all in right now.
Yeah, they need like a really good Braum initiation. Like the surprise stand aside into Braum.
They need Nocturne to ult so they're all confused, and then Braum just casually walks up.
Surprise!
Jax also has Banshee Veil.
Yeah.
When they kill that top turret, they might actually try to fight under the turret here. So you're gonna go around. Braum manages to break that Banshee's Veil.
Okay, so yeah, all of the Banshee's Veils are down except for Jax, but it looks like Purple Team's gonna realize this. And,
yeah, blue Team Nexus turrets are getting hit by those minions down there. They're gonna have to defend that meanwhile Purple Team is gonna go for the Baron. There is a blue ward on Baron, so they know what's going on, but I think they're gonna get it down before they can do anything.
Miracle steal
we
from
see
Nocturne.
a Nocturne clutch. No, we will not. Annie just getting a little close there. It was a little too close for comfort.
That's fair. I don't think they're really in the position where they need Nocturne to suicide himself and steal the Baron. I mean, this is going to be a pain. They are going to have to turtle. But nah, I disagree, Sean the Pawn. I don't think that this is the end for them.
Oh god. If spoilers come out, I'm going to lose.
There could. I agree. I mean, I think that your analysis is spot on. If the blue side can get these Wombo ultimate combos together, it can definitely be enough to get them back in this game and win them a team fight. These Banshees fails are going to be difficult, but as we've seen before, there is enough ranged poke that they can get them down before they need to go all in.
I'm
Yep,
gonna get
see.
that Banshee's Veil down right there.
There's one of them. You got that 40-second window.
And you getting Void Staff, which is gonna be really effective if they do the all-in tactic. Annie, though, has extremely low health. Now,
Yeah,
I'm not a usual Annie player, but I would expect maybe Rod of Ages. She has really low health. I feel like Purple Team is unfortunately going to eat right through her.
I mean, I think generally okay.
Malphite ulted, and the two of them Nocturne also ulting. The teleport coming down from the Purple Team. This is not going to look good for the Blue Team to get completely annihilated there.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
That was sloppy.
Yeah, there's just seemed to be some, and yeah, there's surrenders coming in. Just some miscommunication there between Annie and
GG right there.
Annie and Malphite. She wasn't quite able to flash over and get her Tibbers down. So yeah, that's gonna be a victory there for Team JTPLZ.
I
good
think
game.
the only reason that they mainly lost that was that last team fight. They had it neck and neck up until the end there.
I mean, yeah, I think so. I think that was just an excellent match. So, well, thank you for joining us. That's all we got for this evening. Hope to see and hear from y'all. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like. Feel free to send us an email. I believe that was in the put up there by Dark Corpse in the chat. But we're gonna sign off here. This is Abers, and joined by my fellow shoutcaster here, Greg. We're bringing you amateur tournaments here for Not So Stock Gaming. So if you like what you hear, go ahead and hit follow on that stream. And if you're interested, if you got some free time, go ahead and head over to notsostockgaming.ca and show us a little love. Thanks for joining us, and hope you see you on the Rift.